Yeah, this is one of the craziest interviews I've ever recorded. I recently sat down with Gene Sticco, pictured here, who has a very extensive background. And you may be asking, who is Gene Sticco? Well, let me explain. Gene Sticco retired from a career-spanning military service, the intel community, and big oil in 2017 when he became a corporate whistleblower in a landmark case against Shell Oil before the UK Supreme Court. Now, if you want more information about Gene's story with big oil and his whistleblower case, check out his book, Unconventional. This interview isn't about that case, but nonetheless, here's a quick preview.
The building behind me is Shell's UK headquarters. It's the most valuable company on the London Stock Exchange. If you have a pension, you almost certainly own some shares in Shell. They've also been operating in Nigeria for nearly 60 years, so they have the size and the expertise to meet that challenge.
In the way was Dan Atete, who acquired the field while he was oil minister. He was later convicted of money laundering in a separate case. For the first time tonight, Shell acknowledges they did engage with him to do the deal. Shell and the Italian oil company Eni acquired the field in 2011, paying $1.3 billion to the Nigerian government. That's more than Nigeria's health budget, but it didn't go on public services. Instead, more than $1 billion of it was passed to a company called Balabu, controlled by Atete. From there, according to documents filed by Italian prosecutors, nearly half was forwarded to the then President Goodluck Jonathan and members of his government.
Shell have always said that they only paid the Nigerian government. Today, Shell has changed its tune and they're now saying that they engaged with Dan Atete, a former oil minister and convicted money launderer.
Welcome to the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom. This is the oral summary of the Supreme Court judgment in the case of Ukpabi and others, and Royal Dutch Shell plc and another. Having full regard to the parties' submissions and evidence, it has not been shown that the asserted facts and the particulars of claim should be rejected as being demonstrably untrue or unsupportable. On that basis, the appellant's pleaded case, fortified by the points made in reliance on the two RDS internal documents so far disclosed, establishes that there are real issues to be tried in light of the guidance in Vedanta. That conclusion is further supported by the evidence of the appellant's witnesses and the very real prospect of further relevant disclosure being provided.
Then, Gene's father-in-law, Valerijs Černohajev, died in 2019, and everything changed. He left behind an archive of documents detailing a complex Soviet UFO reverse engineering program. First, he took on big oil. Now Gene is taking on the UAP Industrial Complex. Gene also claims his father-in-law's Russian documents have a connection with Bigelow's OSAP program from the early 2000s, all focused around the Thread 3 reports.
Thousands and thousands of these reports came in. A lot of them were first routed to the KGB, but then back to another program that came after this collection effort called Thread 3. And Thread 3 was an analysis program. We provided to the committee the documents of what they were trying to do, and essentially they were trying to build their own UFOs.
Gene was also able to get the documents to whistleblower David Grusch, and Gene also claims he was able to get the documents to Las Vegas journalist George Knapp, who has a history of working with Russian UFO documents. Gene wrote a book about all of this, titled Engineering Infinity, Earth's First Interstellar Blueprint.
Major funding for this special Frontline series is provided by this station and other public television stations nationwide. Additional funding is provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Tonight, a frontline special series of portraits of the people of the Soviet Union. This is Valery Krylov. He's 18 years old and about to go through a Soviet rite of passage. 2 years away from his family at military service. A rare look at the life of a recruit in the Soviet Army, at a journey that every young Soviet man must take. Tonight, Soldier Boy.
After he died is when we actually took a look at what he sent. And the short story of it was 119 pages of what I described as, and I have assessed as, UFO reverse engineering.
And when you say UFO, do you mean like alien?
So
let's talk about the origins of the paper. So you said this came from your father-in-law. What job did he have in Russia that he got access to? Did he write this himself? He took it? Was this a accumulation of different papers or stories over time, a diary? Like, does that make sense? Like, where does all this information come from? If it's reverse engineered, it needs to be from something that was engineered, right? From something else.
correct. But my father-in-law writes in the papers himself, this is 22nd century technology.
Do the documents only describe one craft?
Yes.
What was his name? Am I allowed to ask that?
Yeah. So his name was Valerijs Černohajev.
You mentioned at the beginning, like, that the documents include reverse engineering of some saucer or the UFO. Like, what does that mean exactly? That there's step by step of how to build this UFO from scratch?
Basically, yeah. Basically, you could assemble the whole thing.
But it was after the interview ended and we still spoke, and you said something to me that, I got to be honest, I couldn't stop thinking about it. But you said that you had recently spoke to Lou Elizondo and that he told you, quote, from Lou Elizondo's mouth, George works for me, referring to George Knapp.
Right.
If Lou's still working for the government, like, he's his asset. He only works for him. Like, he only responds to him. Like, what a weird comment for Lou to say, right? Like, did he ask you not to share that information?
No, not particularly.
Do you think he's telling other people? That just seems like a very weird thing for Lou to say, right? George works for me, meaning like I control him, right? I'm his boss.
Because people say, well, you think Lou still works for him? I don't know. Well, yeah, obviously he's contracted with somebody to do something, right? And whether that kind of statement meant, he's the guy who pushes out the news, right? He's the one. We tell him what to do. I tell him what is going to go out and what's going to be the headline and what. I don't know. I'm can only speculating.
I mean, what else does that mean? How do you think Lou's going to respond to this?
I mean, I don't know. I don't particularly care.
All right, betters. We have a very special guest in the house, Mr. Gene Sticco. Gene, how are we doing, brother?
Good. Thanks for having me. Good to be here. Good to see you. We've chatted a couple of times in some other places, but good to spend some time with you now.
Yeah, absolutely. Really excited to chat with you. Yeah, I don't really know too much about you. I've heard nothing but good things, man. To be honest with you, we can start here. The first time I heard of you was from our mutual friend Gino from the Y Files.
Yeah.
And he said, "Hey, man, I met this guy, Gene Sticco, really nice guy, really cool. He's telling about your story. How I'm sure I'm going to butcher all of this, and that's what you're here for. You can correct
Yeah.
it all.
Go for it.
Just so you know how people are telling your story, right? Like he's
Yeah.
like, oh, I met this guy. He's his Russian wife's father left him a book or something and had like UFO and alien stuff. And I was like, whoa, wait, slow down, Gene. Now, well, you know, he was all excited. He was like, this
Yeah.
is great. He said you're really cool. And I've heard that from so many different people, man, that you know, just a really great guy to chat with. And yeah, I'd like to just,
Nice.
you know, dive into this stuff. Let's start there with that. And then we'll, you know, get into your background and some of the other things. I know you have a new project coming out, so I definitely want to talk about that. But
Yeah.
that's my first introduction to you is about this like book. So yeah,
Yeah.
let's dive into this.
So it's funny, you know, meeting Gino, even that story's funny. And, you know, I'll even start with that. So I was at an event in Vegas that George Knapp was speaking at. I was talking to Jeremy Norrie, a documentary filmmaker, and telling him my story. And some guy pops over my shoulder and he's like, "You're Gene Sticco?" And I'm like, "Yeah," you know, and that hadn't happened before. And he introduced himself and he's like, "I'm Gino Gentile with Y Files." I'm like, "Oh, Hecklefish," right? Like I'm sure he gets every time. And he's like, "Yeah, I've been tracking your story." And I was like, "Oh, wow," you know, because it's like, you know, you never get any feedback on like what's happening. You always question if you're getting out there and people are hearing it. And that was great. But no, he categorized it well. You know, the short of it is back in the end of 2019, shortly before he died, my father-in-law sent what he described as a bunch of my old work for our son, who has an interest in aerospace sciences and engineering. And like, as far as, and that's basically what I knew about my father-in-law at the time. Like, he graduated this really prestigious aerospace engineering school and, you know, and was a nutcase and was an alcoholic and, you know, slept on the floor and you couldn't buy him old clothes. You know, and I only ever met him virtually, you know, online, and we had like fun discussions because, again, you know, my background, I started, you know, my career out of high school in the Air Force, and then got into the oil and gas sector in an intelligence capacity, and I contracted with a number of three-letter agencies, you know, through the years. And he was a diehard communist. Like, he was just waiting for the day everybody to get their sense back and communism to come back and the Soviet Union to rise again. And I'm, you know, the all-American patriot. So we, you know, had fun with that. After he died is when we actually took a look at what he sent. And the short story of it was 119 pages of what I describe as, and I have assessed as, UFO reverse engineering. From 2019 through 2024, I spent time reaching out to academia, reaching out to all the key people in this community. I had to learn who everybody was. I had a buddy who, you know, ultimately Mario Fiallo, who helped me sort of put together the book in 2024. He knew the subject matter. And it was really by 2024, like, he kind of got me paranoid enough, where I'm like, you know what? This stuff is all fitting together too well. There's something here. We're not going to be able to figure out what it is. So let's just put it all out there and, you know, let these people who all are talking about this disclosure and talking about finding this proof. And I'm like, you know, and I'm just be like, this is what I'm finding. Here's all the materials. Have at it. and it wasn't really until actually, I'll give it was June 11th, 2025. Somebody finally convinced me, kind of do a press conference and launch it, and really get public and start talking about it, and get it circulating. And that's what I've done. And it's been, this has become my retirement, career.
Sure.
The one I never expected, right? Like,
Yeah.
I was between 2017, when I, 2018, really, when I formally retired, my wife and I started a nonprofit opera company. I've written 3 operas. I was working on, working with composers. Like, that's the life I was going after. And then once all this hit, and once a lot of like the weird stuff started happening and the resistance to it, and it became one of those situations where it's like, all right, now you're making me ask questions. So now I'm gonna figure this out, and I'm gonna throw myself into it. And that's what I've been doing the last 13 months as of the 11th of July.
Okay, so let me see. Let me just make sure I have this correct here. You came out last year in summer of 2025 with this book that you think, based on your sort of assessment and research, you think details UFO reverse engineering. And when you say UFO, do you mean like alien?
So here comes the intelligence analytical part of me. The documents themselves call the craft the UFO. They refer to videos of other craft. In one particular instance, he talks about a mothership being close to the sun in one scenario. Doesn't talk about aliens, doesn't talk about origins, but he specifically calls it either the UFO or the saucer. And again, there's detailed drawings and schematics and everything like that. The last part of that is he acknowledges that in trying to do the math and the physics, because this is dense physics stuff. It's not, it's not a reading book. It's a reference book. It's a curiosity, right?
Totally.
There's a guy I know, he's a mechanical engineer or electrical engineer. And like at 10 o'clock at night, he sent me a text, I'm going to, read a couple of chapters and dive into this. And I've woken up at 6 a.m. and he's written at 4 a.m. Like, I'm still up doing this, because
wow.
So you got to be of that kind
Got
of mindset.
into it. Sure.
But my father-in-law writes in the papers himself, this is 22nd century technology. So again, I can't definitively say it's of NHI origins because there's nothing in that does. But when you put it in the the grand scheme of disclosure and everything else, it has all the hallmarks to which everybody speaks.
Yeah, I mean, God, there's probably so many questions that I have that you just won't be able to answer. Like, we won't have the time, because I'm thinking, where does this, if it's reverse engineered, it needs to be from something that was engineered, right? From something else, right? From
now I've touched on that. Like, I've run a lot of my own, I've had a lot of fun with it, as much as I've done like the serious intelligence and investigation part of this and linked it to US government programs and Russian programs and everything else. I've gone through those exercises. I've been like, he talks about, not just the craft, the materials, the science behind it. Anyone will tell you none of the physics work here on Earth. They're not, within what we know or accepted physics. He talks about the civilization, the development of human consciousness and civilization. And so I've kind of collected all those things together, and I've reverse engineered the reverse engineering. I'm like, okay, so if this is how civilizations develop and how humans' consciousness develops, then let's go back. At what point in time would this have been possible? If these are the materials, where else do we know of anywhere else where these materials exist? And All indications point to the short story of it, some period 300 to 500,000 years ago, where we actually descended off of another branch of humanity. That branch of humanity would have had these types of technological developments, and they probably would now be centered somewhere in the Jovian system, the Jupiter moon system is sort of the closest match within our own solar system that we know about, that fits the bill of materials, and where the physics, if applied there, make absolute perfect sense.
Before we get into the contents of the papers, which sounds absolutely fascinating, I can't wait, let's talk about the origins of the papers. So you said this came from your father-in-law. What job did he have in Russia that he got access to? Did he write this himself? He took it? Was this a accumulation of different papers or stories over time, a diary? Like, does that make sense? Like,
Absolutely.
where does all this information come from?
So, I always say we've learned more about him since we've died, or since he died, than my wife knew about him when she was alive. If you ask my wife, his story, again, before all of this, he was a brilliant engineer. He worked in Kazakhstan. He was back and forth to Baikonur, the Cosmodrome. Then he became a plumber after the fall of the Soviet Union. He was a well-connected plumber. He had contacts through the Communist Party of the day, even into Putin presently, in the mid 90s. He actually intervened in another major news event to help some Latvians who got in trouble in India. He was able to directly intervene with Putin, right? So he was a guy that, nobody really knew what exactly was ever going on with him in that sense. Now, in 2000, or I'm sorry, after the release of all of this, one of the ex-personalities, a guy who goes by the account Grider, he actually found my father-in-law's Russian language social media, like their equivalent of Facebook. And in 2012, he had published all of these papers on that media as well. And in those papers, he's having discussions with obviously people that he's worked with in the past and friends, and then other folks in their network and whatnot. He describes himself as a simple nuclear physicist. We find out from his girlfriend who knew him from childhood, and they, had a relationship. She was there, with him when he died and everything, that prior to my wife Natalia being born, her mother and her dad lived in this place called Priazursk, Kazakhstan, which is part of the Sari-Shagan range, which is infamously known as Russia's Area 51, and where they do, a lot of rocket tests, but there's also, again, a lot of UFO phenomena itself and research and things like that that are associated with it. And so that's what we're putting together. Natalia remembers finding a pass as a child for him to go to the Duma, which is the Russian parliament, right, in Moscow. So, but they lived in Latvia. So,
so he wasn't just a plumber, is what you're trying to get at, right? Like,
right.
There's a lot to his past.
A lot
to add
to
some credibility.
That isn't clear. Right, exactly. That temporally he's in all the right places at the right times. Particularly, even if we add in, what George Knapp brought through, the Thread 3 documents, those orders out of the government, the things we know about the system, the structure that Russia built to investigate all of this. He is exactly at all of those places at those times, in his academic and employment history. And so, when I put the whole picture together, you say, here's a guy that spent, comes out of university, probably at some point in the university gets involved in this. He spends, the first 10, 15 years deeply involved in it at, some level. Again, he's a recent graduate, so he's going to be low level. He's not going to be a top guy. He's not going to be, his name's not going on the papers. He's rolling up his sleeves and doing the heavy lifting, for somebody else to get credit, as we all experience young in our careers. Then the government falls apart. The entire system, that he loved, his family benefited from, and the family has a long history of being good Communist Party members and, elevated positions and things like that. That all falls apart. And so then what do, right? Your nation no longer exists. He's floating in a no man's land between Kazakhstan and Latvia. Where do you take this resume of what you've been doing and apply it? And if those things in the papers that he writes, and if you have that in your head and all of these things happen, I sit back and think about it. I'm like, I'd probably become a drunk too. I'd probably sit back and say, what's everything I just worked on matter anymore? Because government's fallen, the projects don't exist anymore, politics are changing. The hell with it.
So he writes all these papers himself?
Writes them all himself. So, we've both...
Like in one sitting? Not one sitting, but...
Yeah.
Like it wasn't over like 30 years and then he put it all together.
No,
this was like writing a novel. Like he sat down and said, I'm going to write out what I know.
Yeah. So what these appear to be are iterations, his notes, and working through what I suspect became part of a larger program. And so some iteration of these works have I would say definitely landed, and I have some reasons to be that definitive, landed in what became the larger body of work that I believe George Knapp got back in when he went to the Soviet Union
in the 90s.
In the 90s.
I want to move on now to the Russia files, because that was going to be sort of the central impetus of what I was going to talk to you about today. Back in the early 90s, I got into Russia, met with a number of their defense officials, Ministry of Defense and others, who confirmed for me that Russia had been doing the same thing that the United States had been doing, that is, secretly studying UFOs while publicly saying something completely different. The documents and interviews that I obtained and have now shared with this task force show that the USSR launched what is almost certainly the largest UFO UAP investigation in the world. The first phase of that was an order was sent out to the entire USSR military empire that every unit, you see anything strange in the sky, a craft, an orb, something unusual, you had to gather all the evidence, collect testimony from the witnesses, look for physical evidence, and all of that information went into one program at the Ministry of Defense. Thousands and thousands of these reports came in. A lot of them were first routed to the KGB, but then back to another program that came after this collection effort called Thread 3. And Thread 3 was an analysis program. We provided to the committee the documents of what they were trying to do, and essentially they were trying to build their own UFOs. They were using the information from their observations and studies to try to figure out that technology. The guy who was in charge of that program, Colonel Boris Sokolov, told me that their goal was to basically develop technology that would be superior to anything we had, based on what they learned from UFOs.
Through the 50s and 60s, the Kremlin declared UFOs a capitalist creation, thus a non-topic. But behind the scenes, Stalin and other leaders authorized secret UFO studies. Retired Colonel Boris Sokolov commanded such a study for 10 years. The entire Russian military took part. Thousands of reports were generated, but were kept secret until 1993, when Sokolov first spoke to us. The study included 40 incidents of Russian warplanes encountering UFOs. One MiG had its wing damaged in a collision with a UFO. This former pilot says a UFO disabled his plane with a beam of light. In 1982, a UFO hovered over a nuclear missile base in the Ukraine for hours. Unexplainably, codes were entered and the missiles were ready for launch until the UFO vanished. General Igor Maltsev, for 7 years commander of the entire Soviet air defense system, recalls a UFO flap over Moscow in 1990, hundreds of visual and radar observations by military personnel. Maltsev confirms his standing order was, "Don't fire on the UFOs," but he declines to say much else. His boss, the former deputy defense minister, declined to speak altogether under orders. And even Sokolov is now reluctant to talk, in part because he was attacked in communist newspapers following our 1993 interview. There's more than one kind of chill in the Moscow air these days.
With the double political whammy of the revived communists and the scary nationalists, the Russian government needs a UFO expose like it needs a red, white, and blue paint job on the Kremlin.
The core of what he wrote was written between likely 1980 through 1990. There's other elements of it that seem to continue as late as potentially 2007. So again, there's I've done that.
It's a mix.
The forensics of it to say, okay, what did it from the 1980s during these periods of time, right? What did he know? What was accepted? What was published? What was being worked on within the Soviet system and the Allies? And then, what's come since? Because we've got those couple of good time frames to work of, like from 2012. It's like, all right, so at least by 2012, it's definitely all done because he's puts it all out there on his social media to talk about. And he does that as a result of arrests that are being made in Russia of scientists that worked on these same kind of programs.
So he's worried, like, I don't want to be caught with the paper. I want to get it out there.
I don't know if it was that he was worried about it. He had a disdain for Putin. He didn't like what was happening in Russia. He didn't like that it seemed that Russia gave away the power that these types of projects would have brought it to, and we're handing it over to the U.S. and Israel, and and he calls Gorbachev a Judas, and all these sorts of things. So there's a lot of insights. But as far as the time frame goes, so I've got that, and usually I kind of keep it within 1980 through the early 90s. The 2007 stuff is more about civilization development and the consciousness aspects. He references other documents he submitted to the Duma between 1991 and 1997. So then, everything after 2012 becomes, more than coincidental, because now it's already out there. We also had the 1995-96 brain drain of former Soviet scientists coming into the U.S., getting jobs inside, Department of Defense. And so there's all these paths for that type of information to be continued on from what he was working on. And then obviously anything kind of after 2019, the guy was already dead. So you explain that,
What was his name? Am I allowed to ask that?
Yeah. So his name was Valerijs Černohajev.
Okay.
Ashton Forbes refers to him as the Russian Chris because he can't pronounce Chernohayev.
Oh, got it. That's funny. Do the papers have a name? Like is it called something? The papers or the Chris papers?
Titles.
I don't know.
Yeah, he titles each one. They're organized and they're structured according to the Soviet scientific and academic community structure. So they sort of bear those hallmarks. There's some interest. Again, you can see like the paper clip stain.
Sure.
You can see some of them are heavily discolored, kind of have that yellowness of being in a smoky room. The paper clip stain is again one of those indicators. Russia used iron to make paper clips and staples. So that was always one way that they would, the Soviets would check for document forging. They'd open up, what's supposed to be a Soviet passport, and there's no stain from the staple. They know it wasn't produced, in a Soviet country.
I feel like you need a name for the papers just for people to remember. Like, people are going to start calling them the Sticco papers.
Well, and that's why we call them the Chernohajev Archive.
Oh, okay. So you do have a name. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
You know, I mean, after once we figured out this is something, we took the original papers, we put them in an archival trust. We sort of had the discussion, you know, okay, he sent these for his grandson. Did he ever intend, or would he be horrified at the idea that, you know, a former U.S. intelligence guy is now promoting and talking about them in the U.S.?
Sure.
But we kind of felt this is what's in there is for the benefit of humanity. So the originals, there's a forensic examination that's going on where they're, again, making sure all the handwriting is consistent, you know, the pen ink is appropriate for the time, for the place. The paper is appropriate for the time, for the place. All of those things. So,
so you're trying to validate if these are even legit papers.
Well, I mean, we know they're legit papers, but we're putting that.
You want to have some evidence to show people
rigor behind them, right? So again, how do we know they're? You know, it's Natalia saying it's his handwriting. We have other handwriting examples, but somebody's going to say, "Well, are you a handwriting expert?"
To compare,
you know, I know how to do it, but no, I'm not an expert. So
no, I get it.
We'll get that all done.
No, I totally get it. So, when did you and your wife get together?
2018, whirlwind romance. Met early in 2018. We were married by the summer of 2018, and then immigrating her to the U.S. by November.
And you get the papers when?
December 2019.
Oh, shit. Okay. So, wow, this was early into the relationship. And how did the papers show up? Like,
he sent them by DHL.
Literally, they show up in a package at your house. You open and you're like, "What is this?"
She was on the phone. She's, you know, on a phone call with him sometime early December, let's say, and catching him up and saying, "Oh, AJ, you know, our son, he's interested," and he says, "Oh, I'm going to send you some of my old stuff." So about 2 weeks after that, a package arrives from Kazakhstan. So we know that's what it is. But again, it's December. We've got the holidays. We're doing her immigration. We're doing our son's immigration. We had just moved like in November. They went on the kitchen table and everything else went on top of them, you know, in the holiday season. And after he died, so he died December 30th, 2019. Within a couple of weeks after him dying, Natalia wakes up one morning. She's like, "I had a dream about my dad." "Oh yeah, what was it?" "He came to me. He was healthy. He was young. He was in a suit. He looked so good. He was handsome. And he said, 'I can't help you with singing, but here.' And he handed me a bunch of papers, bunch of documents." And I was like, "Well, where's the stuff that he sent?" And that's when we opened it.
Yeah. Was it in Russian?
Yeah, it's all in Russian. So now she's sitting there, you know, we're sitting on the couch. And I'm like, "Well, what's it say?" And she's like, "He's refuting Einstein's theory of relativity." And you're seeing, you know, I'm seeing the math and physics. I'm like, what the hell? This is some heavy duty stuff. And then I start coming to the ones that have the drawings of what looks like a UFO. And I say to her, what's this say?
What is this? Yeah.
She's like, "It says technical specifications of the UFO." I'm like, the UFO? That, you know, now it's like,
you got questions now. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But the same thing, you know, I mean, you know, you're an intelligent guy, right? But if you open up a physics book and have to explain to somebody else what it is, it's your language, but I can read you the words. I don't know what any of it means, you know, and that's kind of where she was at. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's so crazy. Okay. So, all right. So you get it. You're looking through the papers and you start to realize this ain't just some papers to send to my new son here to like help him with his interest in aviation.
Right.
There's something bigger here. Let's dive into the contents of these papers. So you said there's drawings. Mm-hmm. So was everything handwritten or typed out, or was it a mix?
Combination. So there's a lot of it a lot of the narrative part is typed out, and then a lot of the physics is all done by hand. The drawings are as you'd expect from anybody who is an expert in engineering, very detailed, use all the right, characters, stuff like that. So it's a combination of that. Some of them are in blue. So the typewriting and the handwriting is in blue, and through the assessments, it's a carbon copy of the original. So that part with those papers, his originals, I don't know where they are.
Who knows?
Right?
Yeah.
Of
Maybe
those
he kept them.
particular, maybe, or those got passed on, right?
Or those
Like
got
that
passed
work,
on.
he did everything,
Sure.
maybe he did everything in carbon, and they're trying to determine again from looking at the backside, maybe he did everything in carbon, and then, some of it was like, all right, yeah, this is good to go, but no, go back,
Sure.
rework this, whatever,
Yeah.
just trying to
Yeah.
think logically through that kind of process. But the thing about it is, those first 4 years, really, it was sending emails with a couple of, screenshots, not even talking about the UFO stuff. I have a friend who works in the space program in Europe. So can you find somebody who understands physics, and, can they give me an idea
What do you
of
think
what
of
this
this?
is? And they're like, yeah, it's legit. Some of it's older ideas, blah, blah, blah. Okay, good. Another friend, Natalia's, was actually studied like nuclear physics and looked at some of the drawings and was like, yes, this is consistent, so we're getting affirmations, confirmations, whatever you want to call it, like that. I was mostly getting ignored by, because my thing was, I live in Boston, Harvard, MIT, North. There's got to be somebody, some Russian speaking astrophysicist around here that I can buy breakfast for. But never got any of that. And then ultimately, sort of tapping into the UFO community itself, out of, and you can think of any main stage figure. I probably, if I could find an email for him, I sent it. The only person who ever replied was Nick Pope, who said, this looks fascinating. Wish I knew somebody who could help you. But, try MUFON. MUFON's response was, oh, we don't know. We don't have anybody, but if you want to send them to us, we'll archive them. I'm like, F you very much. I'm moving on. And so it really wasn't until in 2024, because one of the main things when he's in the parts about consciousness, he specifically makes a prediction about 2024, where he says in 2024, because the Earth passes through the sixth gate of the Orion system, there is going to be this conflict of humanity between the spiritual, the material, and the oligarch, and 50% of society is going to go through this gate, and this, is opening up a new level of our consciousness development and our abilities to decipher truth and, stuff like that. And then 2024 is hitting it, as we were even getting closer, life was feeling a lot like the things he was describing, right? This 50-50 split in society between the spiritual, between the material and the oligarchy, and government systems breaking down, and challenges, and all of this. And that's when I started extracting the science. And I started saying, okay, let me pull out the science and see, does anybody explore this type of science? And if so, who? And running that is where, oh yeah, this is just like, looks like it's a predecessor of NASA's BPP program. This looks like 16 of the 38 DIRDs. This looks like an engineered solution to the DIRDs. DARPA, DIA, NASA, all the usual suspects that, again, I've just learned about over the last couple of years prior to that, are the exact ones popping up, the exact programs that a lot of people, are pointing to, and that are being talked about in this space of, having craft and all the rest of it. are all the ones that are popping up. And my logic was, this shouldn't match anything, right? I should have extracted the science and looked at it and maybe found some fringe theories. Instead, what I was finding was millions and hundreds of millions being spent on the programs, on the same science. And then the speed at which those developments were being made were anomalous to how it normally goes. And sort of now I'm at the point, like I'm doing the same thing with the materials and looking at the history of these materials in government and in advanced research, and you start stacking everything on top of one another. I'm like, well, of course they've reverse engineered something, and you can see the path. You can see the path. You can see who's doing it. You can see the money being spent. You can see where it's going, and so that by 2024, that's why I was like, no, we've got to publish these and get these out there. And again, trying to circulate them in the community. As somebody described it, they said the people who should have been most interested in them provided the most resistance and continue to provide the most resistance to having any engagement with them. So again, it's that what I said earlier, don't make me start having to ask questions, because as I said, I'm retired. I get I spent 17, 18 hours a day on this stuff.
Yeah. No, I get it. So you mentioned at the beginning, like, that the documents include reverse engineering of some saucer or the UFO. What do you mean? What does that mean? Like, what does that mean exactly? That there's step by step of how to build this UFO from scratch?
Basically, yeah. Basically, you could assemble the whole thing. It specifies
how to fly it, what fuel it runs on, its capabilities.
Describes. So what it describes basically as its power system is a compact thermonuclear system that uses heavy water, converts heavy water to plasma. The materials of the hull itself are part of the energy system and part of what contain the plasma. That it runs through a system of 163,000 solenoids, and the materials that the solenoids are made of are all in there, and the sizes and all of that. And the craft basically operates by manipulating and tapping into and creating a gravitational and magnetic field around it. And then it is piloted through the pilot's ability to integrate with what he calls the information energy field. And it operates and is guided by
the mind,
consciousness.
The mind, consciousness.
And so the overarching, I guess, theory that he writes that governs all of this, he calls gravitational charge dualism. And there's now, particularly like since 2022, 2025, there's like some NASA stuff where they're essentially saying the same thing, right? He's using the language he has available to him at a time for something that has no name. Now there's people are like, oh, this is just NASA stuff. Yes, this is NASA stuff. This guy wrote it 40 years before NASA. That's
before they
sort
had
of the
it.
point, right?
Do you think the papers are do you think the papers are theoretical, or are they based off of something legit that was like in a warehouse or something? Does it make sense? Like, how do you know it's not theoretical?
Yeah, it's a good question. So there's a combination. I go through this with a lot. I've got people, again, we looking at it, and we go back and forth on this. Because there's a mix in there. There are some things that are very specific observational based language. The observational based language doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't given to him. I have to caveat that, right?
Sure.
It doesn't mean it wasn't off of a photograph or anything like that.
Sure.
My counter, I guess, or why I still keep the question open is basically, if you know anybody who's an engineer, they're still going to want to put their eyes and their hands on something before they commit anything to paper, right?
That's fair.
So that's why it still sits there
Yeah.
under I call it the analysis of competing hypotheses. So it's like a whole document that I did that says, all right, here's what's falsifiable now, here's what's not falsifiable now, but what it would take, what information could develop that could make it falsifiable. So that's one of them, right? So I don't have a picture, I don't have them specifically referencing a craft, but there's a lot of specifics in there that I characterize as observational language. There is the theoretical, certainly parts of it, words
Parts of it,
saying
sure.
could,
Sure.
or, it seems to be reaching conclusions. Again, that could go either way, I think, because he could be looking at a component and just saying, and without it operating, saying, here's what it might do, here's why I think it might do that.
Sure.
But as far as it being a purely intellectual exercise, the preponderance of the evidence, the language, the amount of detail, all of those factors sort of negate that down to the lowest possible scenario. Just
No,
it's statistical
that's fair.
terms. Yeah.
That's fair. How does it describe the craft? Like, does it look saucer shaped? Is it like 5,000 feet wide? Are we talking 500 feet wide? Like,
Yeah,
does it say how
30
many
meter.
people it holds? Like, what material? Like, some
Yeah,
of those details.
30 meters, 30 meter in diameter craft. It's the traditional, he describes it, or I'd describe it as a top hat shaped. So it's
Yeah.
a little more squared up the top.
Okay.
It looks like the UFO, your stereotypical
Sure.
UFO. It details underneath it how there's actually 4 quarter panels underneath the craft, and that's essentially the craft. When the craft creates that bubble, right, the famous bubble out of Age of Disclosure, and the consciousness interface, and this all goes back to this gravitational charge dualism. What it does, what that interface between the operator consciousness and this information energy field of where it's going, those panels are adjusted to shift the craft's position within its own field, and then it collapses the space between itself and the object. So I best describe it as moving at the speed of thought, right? Forget about light speed, forget about, wormholes and warp drives and any of that. It just collapses the space between it. And that's sort of in line, the ether or the structured vacuum, again, all Hal Puthoff stuff that he's popular for known. This guy's writing about it 30 years beforehand and describing exactly what Puthoff is, saying, the conclusions that they've reached. And so what we observe is our brains trying to reconcile what it is that this activity happening. So when people see things like they talk about, the plasma and a craft turning into plasma, or plasma turning into a craft, and some of these more, exotic, the blurry videos, all of that is actually explainable through this gravitational charge dualism, because what we're seeing and what our brains can't process, because we don't have the knowledge base to process it, is we are watching the craft transition between these mediums, right? So the closest analogy I can make that we're familiar with is when a jet breaks the sound barrier and that cloud is formed around the jet. That is the visual signature of the craft moving between the medium of sound. And so the craft isn't turning into a cloud. The cloud has not produced a craft if you're sitting looking at it face on or from backwards. It's the signature. That's all these plasma anomalies are the signatures of transitions between these mediums.
Do the documents only describe one craft?
Yes.
Is it describing the craft that was reverse engineered, or is it describing the original craft?
I mean, it's describing the craft that is being reverse engineered. So it's
So the
like
original could be
this.
something different.
Well,
You would have changed some things.
yeah, maybe. Now the closest. So one of the other things I've done it, and a couple of other people have reached out to me, sort of coming to the same conclusion that the craft that my father-in-law details, the most similar publicly available information is about a craft it's called the Kapustin Yar. So, again, Russia Area 51, a crash that happened sometime in the 60s. His works seem to be a detailed engineering of the same type of craft, at least. They're very similar. They're also very similar to the sports model, the Bob Lazar's, famous sports model. And I, had a chance to spend a night with chat with Luigi, about some of those details and those similarities and things like that, which makes me believe the sports model was more of a reconstruction vehicle, again, based on totality of events and things like that happening at the time. Excuse me. That, or there's another famous craft called Daleks Hill 611. Both of those materials have a lot of consistencies with things that appear in my father-in-law's work. So again, running theory is, if it's based on a real craft, it is perhaps one of those craft that he was looking at or getting information from.
Yeah. Do you think that the craft that was, if your father-in-law was writing about the reverse engineered craft, does that mean because it was operational, like the Russian government, the Russian military was flying this craft around? Or how many crafts do you think they had? A fleet of them? There was just one special one that they had to take care of? And is it still around, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's probably, I think it's similar to the US. I think at some point, probably at the end of World War II, again, and all this I base on the historical documentation. At the end of World War II, there's documentation that the Russians obtained 2 German discs of some kind, which, the sort of, even the government chain calls UFOs or acknowledges as being recovered UFOs. So I think whether those were split, whether those are the craft themselves that we're talking about, I don't know. But yeah, I think there's at least one that everybody, each of them they had their own versions of them, and that's why we come out with, little different things comparatively. So yeah, I don't, I don't think there's a whole fleet. I don't think it was operational. There are stories about, out of Russia where there was a craft that was crashed and there was some weapon, and that weapon was operational, but they got it to work one time, never got it to work again. Again, great story. But yeah, I don't think any of it was operational at the time. I think, again, he's making the conclusions perhaps based upon whatever observations were made prior to it being captured or recovered. It again could be the observations sort of based on the general observations of this type of craft. Let's say in the in the work that they have, both of those are certainly possible. I don't think anybody's flying any of them. or was able to at that point. I think we definitely have iterations of it now that are operational, particularly between the US and China.
How would you know if all of the, stuff you described, the source, the power source, and it bends space and time and this and that, stuff way above my head. How
Yeah.
would you know it does any of that unless you can make that happen, right? Like, how would you know that that's what's happening, right? Because it almost seems like the technology is what was reverse engineered, and the spacecraft is nothing. You could have made it around a Volkswagen bug if
Yeah,
you wanted, right?
yeah,
Like if
right,
you're building
right.
space time. So,
Well, the
like
shape,
it's not, the craft isn't special at all. It's all the space time bending that you're saying is what makes it special. But again, if you how do you know that that's what's happening?
right, if you
haven't
put it in a
seen it?
Volkswagen, you're right, you throw the engine in a Volkswagen, would the same thing happen?
Well, just like, how would you know that that's what's happening if it's not operational?
If you're not seeing it, right?
Right. Even if you witnessed it do something, how do you know that's what it did? It did the space operate thing, and this is the fuel. And does that make sense? Like, you would have to be able to
that's
run
what
it.
the physics are for, right? That's what the physics will tell you, that if this plus this will produce that. So within
Which
his
sounds
physics,
theoretical.
within his physics, when he's talking about, well, not all of it's theoretical, because there's some real
There's
components
real
to it, right?
equations in it, sure.
Yeah, so he can say, okay, it forms a plasma shell around it, and it transitions into the environment. You can
never
say
saw that
that's
happen, maybe.
you can say that's theoretical, but we know what we do know and do have our heads and minds around is plasma interacting at certain temperatures produce certain colors and certain visual effects and certain this, that, and the other. So
Sure.
those are the components where, again, it's a value based, a education based, or physics based conclusion, because of the things that we do know.
Do you think it's possible that Russian scientists or other scientists just invented this technology and created this UFO? There is no aliens. It wasn't recovered from some other craft. This is an original piece, and Russian scientists came up with it. How do we know that that's not the case?
Right, and they just called it the UFO, right?
Sure,
So
because it was whatever. Yeah.
yeah. So how do we know the case?
Know.
Again, we don't know, and
Yeah.
and the best conclusions I can come to, or the thing that at least allows me, you can call it rationalization, maybe, is the idea that I have yet to find anything in science that didn't begin with an observation in nature.
Sure.
And so,
or a thought,
somebody,
a dream.
I don't know. I've run it down. I mean, again, there could be. I haven't necessarily found it though yet, because even somebody said, "Well, the atom, right?" But we saw the atom. Somebody saw the atom, and they saw the atom and had the idea. What if I split that, right?
Sure.
Somebody saw a bird and said, "How do I fly that?" Somebody observed how bats eat, and that's how we get sonar, or dolphins swim. There's always been something that's been related to it in nature. We don't have anything in nature that just sits and hovers and hangs in the air and doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
And so the history of that observation far exceeds any of the science. So there's enough.
So that's what makes you think it came from something else, because it's outside of something we could reflectively see in our own nature.
Yeah,
not imagination.
Exactly. I think there's enough of a historical reporting chain about these things. I mean, listen, we there's a long history of fairies, right? But we don't see millions of dollars being spent on fairy research or fairy adjacent science.
Sure.
There's something about this that has led multiple governments to spend billions of dollars on exactly that thing. So that's kind of where I land with it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And did you ever find any proof posthumously of your father-in-law having worked in any secret Russian military programs, or anybody he worked with, or found any other evidence besides these papers?
I'm getting ready to talk with somebody who I think is ready to be a little more open. It's somebody who's, been aware of this, and they haven't been willing to say anything, and there were a number of kind of political things going on with them that they couldn't. There's things like, in university, at one point he stopped living in the dormitories and was put in his own private apartment, by the Russian government. That doesn't happen. Again, he worked at one of the lived and worked at one of the Soviet Union's most secret places, right? That Priazersk, Saryshagan. They had to leave before Natalia was born. They didn't want a child being born in a city that doesn't exist, right? That causes a lot of paperwork problems, and things like that. In the documents themselves where he references, and I've said this a lot too, it's like he's explaining it to somebody else, right? There's parts like he's working through it, there's parts he's explaining this to somebody else. And he's referencing, reference my other work submitted to Duma of Russia during, these dates. There's, 2 references like that. Whoever is reading this is somebody who has access to these files and these reports within the Russian Duma, right?
Yeah.
We're not talking the US, we're not talking FOIA, we're talking the Soviet system, right? That in and of itself is a key indicator. Natalia will tell her whole family thought communism was wonderful, right? She had great clothes, she got educated, they had a car, they lived a really great life. There's an indication that your family was not like every other family, right? The fact nobody had any problems with this communism thing, nobody struggled, suffered, or lacked anything.
Yeah. Do you yeah, of course. I live in Spain. I still talk with people from the Franco era here. Do you do you think like what in the writings, does he like try to take credit in any way? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, is he signing his name? Does he ever reference any other scientist or people in the documents?
Yeah, he he makes references to dictionary, physics dictionaries. He references the Mossbauer effect, the Harvard University study, Einstein, of course. There's like 3 or 4 things where, he's like, okay, according to this experiment, this is what happens.
Well, like scientists he worked with. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, nothing about any other person, any other individual.
Like coworkers, I guess.
Yeah, and it wasn't, this was the thing within the Soviet structure, right? And the whole mentality. Nobody did, when you were a good Communist Party member, which he was, right? His grandfather died in the Battle of Stalingrad, was a national hero in that sense of being part of that. So the family took those obligations on themselves, and they had that whole thing. And when you produced for Mother Russia. You didn't produce for your own glory and things like that. Now, ultimately, somebody's name had to go on a document or a patent, and that was usually some high-level party member politician who begrudgingly did it. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, becomes an oligarch and billionaire because of it. But that would be the mentality of a young man, who is a good party member doing important research, right? It's not about me or any of us. This is about the greater good of Mother Russia.
Mother Russia. No, I get it. Mother Russia. God, there's, well, we'll probably have to do a part 2, Gene. But look, before there's a couple things that I do want to talk to before we end this. So,
Yeah.
but I'd have a bazillion more questions about it. This is fascinating. That's why I have so many questions. 'Cause I'm so fascinated by this. But you mentioned at the very beginning that there was some resistance, but more than that, you said that you think some of these documents, or maybe all of them, were in documents that George Knapp brought back.
Yep.
Right? Have you tried to talk to George Knapp and bring these documents to him?
Multiple occasions. Avoids me like
Okay.
the plague. I've had.
Why do you think that is?
And I've had, well, I'll tell you, and I've had a number of people who are in their circles who have said they're not going to talk to you about it. I've heard they're not going to, they don't want to, they can't, or particularly George and all the rest of it. I've had somebody say to me, you're right. Why do you keep pushing it? And I do it because when I came in here, when I got introduced to this disclosure that was happening, this was about, transparency in the government, and this was about bringing the truth forward, and this was about, closure for the decades of people who were killed and persecuted, whose lives were ruined, whose careers were ruined, the people who are being persecuted today and whose lives are under risk, and all the rest of it. That's the story I bought into, and that Congress is pushing to try and figure out this truth and all the rest of it. And I am of the position, and there are many others who are of the position, that these documents represent an important timestamp and an important benchmark to lead to the programs and the institutions that are not being looked at. When you don't do that, when that is the narrative that you're putting forward, and you're not doing that, then your words are not matching your actions, because you should be an information whore, right? You should just be wherever it's coming from. But when you're not, that tells me there's a game being played. And as I mentioned at the onset, prior to this, I had a full career in intelligence inside the oil and gas industry. I worked, operated, and I did all of the things that private organizations, global corporations in bed with big government have to do for national security advancement and protection, right? When I look at the landscape here, it's the exact same system. I get it. I read it. I totally picture perfect clear. And I've made that clear from the beginning. And so there were decision points a lot of individuals could have made that wouldn't have made me as militant about exposing all of this as I've become, because I think a lot of this is, for personal gain and, personal and future gain. So, the short of why would they not engage this? Why would they, not want to look at it and all the rest of it? And again, Knapp seen it, Grusch has it. Grusch got it from Hastings. Lou Elizondo and I sat down for 4 hours. Lou recognized it. There's plenty of, now they're not going to speak publicly about it, right? You get them on, you want to ask them about it. See what the answers are. I tell anybody that. The only question I ever had was, do these look like anything that you've seen before?
It's a great question.
Either one of those questions gives me an answer, right? And
sure.
And that's all I need to know.
Yeah.
So then it becomes, so why can't you answer that question? Because it is telling on both ends. So
sure.
my running thesis, the one I've been told, you're right, so why do you keep trying to put people in positions, is that in what Knapp brought back in the 90s from the Soviet Union,
And he testified to, right? And
testified.
they put some of those documents into the
So this is how this is why I
report.
ran into Gino in Vegas. That's a couple of weeks after that hearing, is because the Thread 3 documents are a 1-for-1 match with my father-in-law's work. Right? They are an engineered solution to what the Thread 3 program seeks out to do.
Gene also claims his father-in-law's Russian documents have a connection with Bigelow's OSAP program from the early 2000s, all focused around the Thread 3 reports.
Thousands and thousands of these reports came in. A lot of them were first routed to the KGB, but then back to another program that came after this collection effort called Thread 3. And Thread 3 was an analysis program. We provided to the committee the documents of what they were trying to do, and essentially they were trying to build their own UFOs.
James Lukaski wrote in his 2026 book, Chapter 17, talks about OSAP and Thread 3. In Chapter 17, James Lukaski writes twice, there are 12 appendices that were supposed to be with the things that Knapp brought back that nobody ever found. My father-in-law's works are 12 bodies of work, 12 individual works. Now, I'm not saying these are the exact same thing.
But that's interesting.
The idea that they're, again, give me the odds that there's another set of 12 Russian language UFO reverse engineering documents out there in the world that nobody knows about, right? So,
yeah, but what are the odds that those papers would show up in an envelope at your house and you formerly worked for 3-letter agencies and intelligence? And I'm just saying, how does he know you're even going to see those documents? It's supposed to go to I don't know how old your son was at the time. 9 or 10. 9. Right. Even you can't read that. So, do you think there was something behind your father? I don't know. There's a lot of coincidences there.
There are, and a lot of it. It's like we just kind of sit and be like, well, that's the universe working for you, right?
Yeah.
So what I think happened is, so Nat brings this back. I think some iterations of this work at some level were in those documents, particularly the parts that get handed over to Defense Intelligence Agency, right? So the DIRDs and all of that, I wouldn't say are maybe informed in some way by what they're seeing in these Russian papers.
And the DIRDs is what again? Defense Intelligence Report documents or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Defense.
Okay. I just want to make sure people hear the acronym, I don't know.
Yeah. So those are those are essentially, how a UFO works, all the, but all purely theoretical, right?
Sure.
And there's one Russian that wrote a Russian wrote one of the DIRDs. That Russian would have come out of the same school system, but later on than my father-in-law, right?
Yeah.
So again, when you talk, not saying somebody, is looking at his name and his thing and, copies of these things or whatever. He's within the system where all of this information exists, right? That's what I try to make clear is this isn't about his name on these things. It's about, this is a guy in that system,
program or system, working
and so
on this.
Anybody could have taken any part of it and done something else with it, right?
Sure. It's not special to your father.
So it's not trying to make direct accusations and things like that.
But why wouldn't Knapp want to know? That's what I don't understand.
Well,
why wouldn't Knapp want to know this? It would help prove his story.
Because my father-in-law's work contains that energy system, which is a compact thermonuclear system. As soon as nuclear is attached to it, it automatically is born classified once it's in U.S. hands and falls under the Department of Energy Q classification program. So he hands them off to DIA, probably stacks, signs a bunch of non-disclosure agreements that would choke a horse, and are all sitting under, within, or intermingled with the Department of Energy stuff, which speaks to, again, what Grusch has been critical of and described. And so there's no answer that can be given that doesn't violate that the spirit of those agreements. You can't say, yes or no, because one way or another, you are discussing contents of something is sitting within the DOEQ system.
So you think he came back from Russia, had all these documents, XYZ number, part of those got classified, taken behind closed doors, and the rest is what he's presented to the world.
Right. What he's presented to the world are the stories, right? The stories that were collected. When he got that information in 1993, it was already 10 years old, right?
Yeah.
It was
already
out there. Paul Stonehill had covered it. Jacques Vallée had covered it. Everything that he brought out. The only thing that was truly unique were the copies of the Thread 3 order itself, that structure and that breakdown. And that's why I say, I went out to Vegas in the hope of catching time to speak with them. I was able to, I was talking to Gino, right? Kind of bring it full circle. So there I am having my conversation with Gino, and George is walking by, and I just grabbed him quick and said, hey, it's a 1-for-1 match, right? He knew who I was. It's a 1-for-1 match. He says, I'd love to see it. I sent him everything by email. Never heard anything.
Never heard anything back.
Never had.
So are these documents classified then that you have? They're replicas of classified documents in the US government?
I would say that there is information in the documents that there is a high likelihood somehow sits within the classified world. I don't know that. Nobody's ever confirmed it. There's nothing, again, this is, I have no obligations to keep anything classified. Even if it says it's classified, I have no obligation to keep any of it classified.
Now, at this point in the interview, we actually signed off. I thank Gene for coming on and, hope to talk to him again. And then we kind of had a little conversation after the recording, which is very typical for interviews and live streams. People typically hang out for a little bit afterwards and kind of just discuss a few things. But it was at this point that Gene brought up some more things, and he said something to me that really stayed with me. And so I asked him to jump on another stream the next day, and he did. Well, thank you, man, for jumping on. I thought I'd just get some clarification. I don't want to misspeak for you. Yeah. And if you're willing to kind of, talk a little bit more, that's really what I'd love to talk about. Because let me just get some context here, right? After the interview ended yesterday, which was absolutely fascinating, by the way, let me just say, I've got a great episode coming out with our interview. I'm enjoying editing it already. Like, this is really, really a lot of fun. So thank you for that. But it was after the interview ended and we still spoke, we were still talking, which happens on all interviews, right? You still kind of keep hanging out. And you started to say some things. I thought, I got to interrupt Gene real quick. Let me just make sure that he knows, it's not just something I say to look good on YouTube. I actually mean it. I don't keep secrets for people, or, not that I don't have private conversations, but once it starts to get a little sensitive, I have to stop people and just I don't want to know anything you don't want public. And you were very transparent, to be honest with you. You were like, yeah, it's no problem. I want to be transparent with everything, which I honestly fully appreciate. I don't think there's enough of that in this community. Yeah. And you said something to me that, I got to be honest, I couldn't stop thinking about it. After interviewing it. I couldn't stop thinking about it after our interview ended, which is why I sent a follow-up DM on X for a confirmation of, what you had said. Because at that point I let you know, okay, we're talking here. I'm not going to keep this. But want to make sure I get everything right as well. And you told me that Lou Elizondo had said to you that I heard something, whatever. It was the same thing. I couldn't remember exactly what you said, which
Yeah.
is why I was asking for confirmation. But you said that you had recently spoke to Lou Elizondo and that he told you, quote, from Lou Elizondo's mouth, George works for me, referring to George Knapp.
Right. It wasn't recently. So this is when I met him in October of 2025. He was in Boston to tape something, which I still haven't seen sort of go public at all. But he over the, we spent about 4 hours together, and of course, sort of just general get to know you and things like that. And once I showed him, my father-in-law's work, and he sort of looked at it and was, you know what this is? I said, I know what it is. You know what it is? He's like, I know what it is. Asked me about my willingness to get my clearance back, talked about doing intel briefings and this and that. And then, obviously George Knapp comes up, have you, George Knapp seen these and da, da, da. And I said, yes. And I told him the story, the history that by that time had gone back to June. I shared with you some of the screenshots of the texts I had, the invitation from an assistant to appear on Coast to Coast, but it's 1 a.m. my time, and I also found that a little strange because I'm like, there's nobody who, even in that short time, I hadn't interviewed with anybody who hadn't pre-interviewed me, who hadn't pre-screened or done anything like that, and I was
I
like,
see.
and I was like, so you want to just throw me on
Just raw, just in the deep end.
Yeah, the biggest thing, and knowing, I have a friend who's in radio, right? I know things run quick. They run in small segments. I know the hosts lead the conversations and this and that. I was like, I'm not trying to play any games here, right? And so number one, it's 1 a.m. I'm not getting up for anybody at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
And number two, not what I was looking for. I mean, as great as it would be, some people are like, oh my God, I'd, stay up all night to be able to be on that. Well, not what it's not answering the question I'm asking, right? The question I'm asking is, does this look like anything you're familiar with that you've seen before? Look like stuff that was in the other documents? That's a 20-minute phone conversation. At best, at the least, it's a thoughtful email response. And so, yeah, so he's like, I can call George right now. George works for me. And I was like, well, no, you don't have to call him right now. I don't need his boss calling him, yelling at him.
This is Lou Elizondo saying this, that George works for him.
Right. And
what do you think that means?
And that was the comment. So again, you got to remember at the time, October 2025, right? So June, July, August, September, 4 months, like I'm in this space, right? I only know Lou Elizondo because everybody's like, oh, Lou Elizondo, okay, he's a big deal, I guess. Everybody's telling me. But I mean, that's the concept. Like when we did Ross Coulthard, right? Like my wife sat down, she's like, he's like this nice Australian guy, right? She has no idea who he is, no idea of, the celebrity. Like we are in the opera world, right? Like we know who the big deals are in opera.
Sure.
You're not gonna, they're gonna walk right by you on the street. You don't know, and it's the same thing here, right? So I also don't hold everybody with that sort of reverence and sensibility and sensitivity or whatnot. So it registered, of course, when he said it, because I'm like, all right, George is this, investigative journalist. But by that time, I already had my read and my feel on this whole narrative control structure, on the disclosure pipeline, on the system. that there is a system at work here in all of this, which decides what materials are going forward and, the rest of it. I had people telling me about, these email chains that are between a lot of these figures who decide who's going to get amplified and what circuit they're going on. The marketing company behind some of the figures and how that company, again, helps on the social media side, who's getting the shout outs from Jeremy Corbell and, and that it's all a lot of bullshit. There's nothing organic about it. It's part of the UAP disclosure narrative economy. I got like all that is at work, that there's an entertainment machine at work here. And there are some people who are very transparent about, that they're doing a show and they're doing entertainment. I think you're amongst the ones who are like, yes, I'm looking into things, but you're like, you're not claiming to be this investigative journalist, right? You are a filmmaker, and you're there's distinctions, right?
Sure.
That
My YouTube description says since day one or pretty soon after, this is for entertainment purposes only. I never say I'm a journalist, which is why I don't have sources. I don't have any training for that. I think so many podcasts get in, like I got I don't know how to, you know what I mean? I don't know how to deal with sources.
There you go. Right. Exactly. And this,
and real quick, I want you to, I hate to even interrupt, but I have to say, as not pushback necessarily, but, Jeremy Corbell has vetted out probably, I don't know how many times, a few times, but I just want to say that was on I had no control over that. That was something he did. So I want people thinking like, so there's clearly some examples of Jeremy shouting people out for whatever, some other just a personal reason or whatever. So, just as a real world example.
Absolutely. Right. Yeah. I mean, like anybody, right? You sort of speak in generalities and there's always exceptions.
Yeah, for sure.
And things like that. But, the larger, the larger position still stands. There's a lot of that's,
definitely. I know some of these email chains you're talking about.
Right.
I was on one for a while that I got put on and I couldn't get off of. And in fact, my only interaction with George Knapp is through this email chain where he had quite a very hilarious response to me writing to the email chain to please take me off. I'd messaged like 10 times, take me off of this chain for Christ's sake. And George just responded, it's like Hotel California, Patrick. You can never leave.
Yeah.
Like not in a nefarious way, more like we've all tried to get off the chain and we can't get off. Now I know that there's multiple chains. This was the Jack Sarfati chain.
Oh, I've heard of that one. Yeah. That's avoiding that one like the plague. I had a weird interaction with him too. But and again, and listen, and don't get me wrong, right? Like I say all the time, I'm like, Jeremy is for all, I have no doubt, right? Is like the sweetest soul in the world. And I would love, sitting down with him and whether it's having some of those cheap ass beers he drinks or coffee or what, I'm sure I have no doubt would be an absolutely lovely experience. I imagine he smells like patchouli and, it's just wonderful, wonderful thing, right?
I've had great conversations with him. I just want to say, FYI, I've had wonderful conversations with him.
But none of that makes him an investigative journalist. None of it makes him a champion and a tough guy, and all the show part of it, right? And again, that's it. It's only that I take exception to it because, like, there's this transparency thing we keep talking about and demanding, and we're making demands of government, and we're talking about these structures that need to change. and all the rest of it, we
Yeah.
need to do it ourselves, right? Everybody
Sure.
involved in the space. You got to be practicing what you're preaching.
Sure.
And you just don't see, and we know it's just not happening. And you see in comments and you hear in discussions and you hear even more deeply when you're sitting down having one-on-ones with people, right? It's the big secret nobody wants to talk about out loud. It's the big thing nobody's going to say out loud.
What is that exactly? Just for
That it's that there's this super high level of orchestration, that there's this pipeline of how information's going to come out, that if you're
Sure.
not if you're not brought up through it, forget about it. They're not going to nobody's gonna discover or take something that hasn't already come through the powers that be to become part of the evidentiary chain, right? That's all going to be predetermined.
Sure. Sure.
And which is fine. And for the longest time, there was again this marketing element of it, particularly online, that anytime you spoke out against it, right, the dampeners came in, right? They start with so
I can
it's
attest to that.
right.
I know what you mean.
And so there's a pattern, there's a pattern to it, right?
Sure.
There's 3 different levels of dampeners. Each one comes in at a different point to sort of, make the attack. These are the anonymized accounts, primarily.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
there was one in particular. And the handle that the person used caught my eye. And when I looked at the account, I looked at who they're following, who follows them. It was only like 6, 7 people,
Yeah.
on both sides. One of them I knew personally and was able to pick up the phone and be like, "Do you know who this is?" No. Okay. I was like, "'Cause you're following each other back, and this guy doesn't actually post anything. Just, occasionally repost something, but all right." And then he was subscribed to one individual in particular. That one individual was somebody who, within the weeks prior, I had, sent an email to, sort of pitching, would love to come on, do an interview, da da da. So
Sure.
as I broke down that name and started looking for, its significance in this community, ultimately, between the 2 parts of the handle, I was convinced, right? I sort of narrowed it down that it was this former retired Israeli lieutenant colonel who worked in the Israeli Defense Force on the intel side and was now based in DC doing consulting into the GOP and media and things like that. So I sent that person a text message messaged them over X and used their name, said, "Hey, I'm happy to have a conversation if there's something that you're interested." No need to lurk in the background, right? Happy to chat, one-on-one, and signed off with an old Israeli, saying and this and that. Then that person disappeared.
The account, you're saying the anonymous account disappeared.
And then
Do you think it was? So you're saying you think it was that guy?
Yeah. I mean,
who had a sock account essentially, right?
Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
your main account. You use a sock account.
Exactly.
Okay.
There was another one that again had some smart ass reply to something I posted. It was actually a reply to regarding Corbell, something I had posted a reply to on PC put out. So they come back with a shitty reply. Funny thing, they come back with a shitty reply calling me a grifter. And I'm like, you're defending a guy who sells $12 coffee mugs and T-shirts, and and film deals and the rest of it, and I'm the grifter. Okay, but the interesting thing about it was the graphics on the site, so their avatar, their header, all of that was consistent with this marketing firm. And again, it's
What's the
branding
marketing
signature.
firm?
I don't want to say it. Well, Pursuing X.
I know that firm.
All right. So it was, again, the branding is consistent. The branding, the voice, the accounts you're following, the fact that you are responding to, all of these things, you're a dampener account or a bot or whatever you are. You're part of that brand group, and I can see it, right? Again, 30 years I've been in this world. I know what stuff looks
intel world,
like, right?
That's what you're saying.
And all of those things. And then, and that was another interesting one, because that was one where I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go nuclear on this thing now, because again, one thing to
You want to expose
disagree
it.
and da 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 da, but it's another thing to me when it's fine, you disagree, you don't like it or whatever, but when it's like when you're at that level, right? Take the criticisms, right? Take the criticisms. There is no format, right? There is no format where one of them, Jeremy, none of them are able to be held accountable for anything they say, right? Because they have the luxury of just ignoring it and putting out something new that's bigger and louder and so. I mean, where's the hundreds of files that there was no there was no reverse engineering or biologics in Pursue 3, and there were hundreds of files in the hands of other journalists, and what happened to that? Right, the stuff it just disappears. And particularly when it comes to, again, that marketing side, and this was my contention, that it's run by two people who are ex-felons, right? They generally, it's buried down in there, but that's their thing.
Pursuing X.
Right. That's their thing. We are a felon-owned company. We had trouble integrating back into society. We found this great niche thing to do marketing, and I think it was one of the prominent women, in the space was kind of the first client and launched, and and they have a great business model now, and this and that, and their thing was, and we're want to represent underrepresented voices and this and that. Fantastic. None of that means targeting and shitting on people who disagree.
I agree.
And if, especially when you're coming from a position, right? And again, I worked in oil and gas, right? We needed welders and tradesmen, and listen, if you've ever known any, if you know somebody in the trades who has not been to jail, that's an anomaly, right? But for big oil companies who have these big standards, and like, we can't hire felons and we can't hire this and that, it's like, you're not going to have any workforce then, right? Sure. Or if you tell a contractor, these roughnecks out in the fields of West Texas, right, you're out of business. So what do you have to do? You have to have some parameters, right? Not going to hire a former arsonist, somebody convicted of arson, to be a welder, right? I'm not going to hire somebody convicted of financial crimes to work in accounts payable and receivable. In the same way, when you're convicted of pyramid schemes and financial crimes, you might want to steer away from doing anything that begins to look like you are influencing stories and telling, and never mind that it goes into Congress, ultimately, in so much as the same people that are hired by them, the same conferences that are organized, the results of these products are influencing Congress.
I see.
So, that becomes problematic in it, in and of itself too. So, I mean, I know that's off of, the
No,
main
no.
reason for this, but it's this structure that's just, inorganic. And it's counter to, this chest beating, crusading kind of image that people buy into. And I'm just saying, I mean, and I don't want to come across and don't mean to be like I'm angry about it, got to take it down. Listen, I get it. You're in business. And my thing is, like, I'm just gonna keep doing my thing and putting stuff out there. And doing the assessments that I do, and there's a lot of people who value and appreciate it and all the rest of it. And but my larger message for the general viewing public is that yes, it's all a lot of bullshit. And what is said and what happens in this world is much different from what's actually happening behind the scenes and what the actual motivations are and things like that when you dive into it and look at it. And this is all an example. Whether Lou's statement that George works for me was a direct organizational diagram, solid line, dotted line, I have no idea. But
do you think it means like he's, if Lou's still working for the government, like he's his asset, like he only works for him, like he only responds to him? Like, what a weird comment for Lou to say, right? Like, knowing that did he ask you not to share that information?
No, not particularly.
Do you think he's telling other people? That just seems like a very weird thing for Lou to say, right? George works for me, meaning like I control him, right? I'm his boss.
Right. I mean, and again,
that seems odd. I don't know.
Because people
Georgia,
say, well, you think Lou still work for? I don't know. Oh, yeah, obviously he's contracted with somebody to do something, right?
Yeah.
And whether that kind of statement meant, he's, he's the guy who pushes out the news, right? He's the one. We tell him what to do. I tell him what is going to go out and what's going to be the headline and what.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm,
sure.
Only.
I mean, what else does that mean? But let me. Yeah, Gene, you always leave me with 1,000 questions, dude. I love it. So just to play devil's advocate here, right? Just to sit here and play devil's advocate. If I'm listening to this, I'm thinking, well, if Lou's not honest and not very transparent, and you can't, it's hard to trust what he says, right? Considering all the fake UFO photos he's shown, he's just done some weird things. He's had sock accounts, been busted with them online using different accounts that were not his main account to go after people and attack them. That's been proven. How can we trust what he's saying about George? Do you think he was like inserting some sort of disinformation with you, maybe? Or I don't know.
Listen, it's all possible, right? I mean, I always said, like, I'm just taking in information, right?
Sure,
and then seeing what all information is good information. At some point, something fits, something doesn't fit, and things like that. Again, I'm talking more. I've been talking more about that meeting because, again, there's things that come out and like line up, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's starting. That picture's starting to grow.
Sure.
I mean, I'm on a mission, right? Like, I didn't come to because I needed a new circle of friends or anything like that.
I've said the same thing. So
right, and I'm just
How do you think Lou's going to respond to this?
Well, I got a text a few days ago, last week or whatever. He's like, "Oh, I heard from somebody you have a problem with me, and I thought if you had a problem with me, you'd come to me, and um, I wish you the very best." Da 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 da. It was kind of like, I don't know, read weird to me. I mean, I don't know. I don't particularly care, because it's, I went to him with the stuff to say, here's what I'm after. You got anything that can help me with this? Now, listen, I like the guy at a personal level, love bullshit with him, we ball busted back and forth and stuff. I have no issues, with it like that. But, I'm moving my stuff forward. People have been curious about, the interactions and things that was said. I hear other people saying very similar things about interactions, and so much as, yeah, I talked to him, got my, asked if I'd get a clearance, so there's like an MO that's at work there, right? And that might just be the style. It might have to do with the job. It might, I don't fault anybody for anything. But, at the end of the day, it's like you either delivered on something or you didn't. And you're either useful to my mission or you're not.
What do you think his mission is, Lou Elizondo?
I mean, I think he is this critical node to, here's what I think happened. I think at some point there was like an inflection point around technology and around the secrecy issue and the rest of it. So there's some very obvious, the superficial stuff, right? Sensors are getting better, all of the things within the government. You've got, more and more people seeing more and more things. The ability to control that level of secrecy and disclosure, let's say, becomes unmanageable, right? And it's going to reach a breaking point at some point. I think a lot of these guys also recognize the commercial opportunities that would exist. And I think they recognize the problems, like are always discussed, of once there is a revelation of all of this, of whatever this is, and it's revealed, the commercial questions are going to become problematic, right? Whether it's the sole source contract, whether it's the materials that somebody holds, does it give them an unfair competitive advantage? Did the government just hand them this unfair competitive advantage? All of that myriad of stuff is going on. So if you're inside that world and you have visibility of all of these things, then the next, and you have a role in trying to figure it all out. What naturally starts happening is people start thinking about their own futures, right? And people start thinking about the way they can help on both sides. Wow, I can help bring this huge global humanity changing issue to the forefront, and there's a pretty good business opportunity in this for me, short term and long term. And those two worlds start melding. And then you've got somebody like Hal Puthoff, who's been sitting center to all of this for 50 years, right? And he's got, he's got the setup already. He's like, listen, look, Earth Tech, right? This is what you do. And it's not just what you do in the UAP space. It's what you do in the oil and gas space. It's what they do in healthcare. It's what they do. This is, the general model, right? And Hal's like, listen, I set up an LLC. I set up, my company. We do contracting out here and there and da 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 da. I bring the people together. I bring the the information. We convince the government they need a contract about this. The contract gets written so that it can't be competitive, right? Because I'm the only company that can do it. Or the agency that wants it wants you to do it. So they write the contract, they write the RFPs if it's going to go public at all. They write it to the specifications of the company and the capability of the company, so that nobody, they can sit back and say, well, here's the criteria. They meet the criteria. It's not like this. It's like this, unbelievably enough. That's why they got awarded it, right? And nobody can prove otherwise. Or they just sole source it, like the case of OSAP and everything like that. So that model exists, that model works. So all anybody else has to do is, that's in any of these positions, is do the same, set up the same kind of models. And they've all done it, right? Jay Stratton, Lou, Gallaudet, they all have these other companies that if they don't exist in any other form but on paper, the structure is there, right? And it's just go find an office space today and start growing it out tomorrow. As soon as you see movement within the government that is going to open up anything in the area of interest, right? So now, in the meantime, they're supplementing the larger vision with the book deals, the entertainment side, the cash flow. They're doing the public engagement and building the excitement and building the momentum. Then they're sitting inside your disclosure foundations and soul foundations and all the rest of it, and they're getting the great minds and the great information, right? And there's side notes being made about who's going to be a good employee and who's going to be a good partner and who's going to be this and that. And then they're turning in the next direction and they're going up onto Capitol Hill, and they're like, listen, here's the real, here's why this needs to come out and why this, that, and the other. These structures that need to be changed, they need to be changed so that ultimately the rest of the chain falls in place, right? This would happen in when I worked in Eastern Europe, right? I'd be like, well, we want, let's do this. Well, we can't do that. There's no law that says we can do that. Oh, what do we got to do? We got to go have the law written. That's what you do, right?
Interesting.
So
you reverse engineer it, if you will.
It's right. So they're setting there is a stage being set for a regulatory structure for the UAP Industrial Complex, right? And
to make money, essentially.
And the same people. Well, they'll say it's for the benefit of humanity.
Sure.
Okay.
But what do you think? Can it be both?
Sure, it can be both. Yeah, it can be both. Be transparent about it.
Sure.
Right? Be transparent.
Do you think you must think, I mean, I say you must, just based off the conversations that we've had, I would imagine they're setting up this UAP sort of industry because they actually believe there's UAP aliens, right?
You don't need there to be aliens for any of it to happen. You just need there to be UAP.
Yes. Thank you, Gene.
Right?
I agree.
So this is, so again, right? And I'm no fool. So this is why why Black Grove was built, because it's what's actually happening, right? I don't need CEOs or board members or any of them to believe in UFOs or aliens. I don't need them to believe Travis Walton or Chris Bledsoe. I don't need them to believe Bob Lazar or anything like that. The fact is, there's legislation that's being written into law. right? There's things within the NDAA. And right now, there's a smaller world of business leaders that touches, but it becomes precedent. And so that it has to begin somewhere. So it begins with your aerospace and defense contractors, right? And and I think a lot of that, and particularly like the eminent domain issue is probably the most concerning across the board,
Sure.
that you would not want to see more precedent set in, right? The government's ability to claim eminent domain over anything. So then what becomes the resolution? What becomes the negotiable resolution that achieves the spirit of what it is that the legislators are trying to achieve and becomes a win-win? Well, that becomes some sort of path for commercialization and more equitable access to research, which could be a licensing deal, right? Which means we could see structures coming out of, okay, yes, they had the material, they were allowed to commercialize it, we built, XYZ out of it or whatever. But now this is going to become open source to industry. This is going to become licensable for so long before it becomes open source to industry. There becomes working models of what the commercialization of anything that is within this scope becomes. And so when you already have an inside view of that, you want to make sure you're positioned.
You're set up in a way.
Yeah, as I
to
was
take
talking about
advantage
last
of
night,
it.
somebody said, yeah, but couldn't Elon Musk do that? Yeah, Elon Musk could do that and whatnot. But when you've got the name and you're the public figure already who's the recognized, go-to person in this domain, and then you've got the company that is full of the other guys like you and the access and this and that, you become an attractive company to be bought. In the one
Which a lot of startups do, right? That's the whole
right.
point.
You start up just because a lot of startups start up just looking to be bought.
100%.
Other ones
Looking for the payday.
start up, and again, my father-in-law's work, there's a wealth of things in there that we've looked at. We've registered provisional patents on different ideas and things like that, right? I don't need to start a whole company if I can get this the patent through, right?
Sure.
I just need to license it, and
sure,
I'd love to
Then
charge
anybody can use
SpaceX
it.
a licensing fee.
Yeah,
Right?
for that. Yeah. Let
Right?
me
They're doing the same thing.
let me jump in just for anybody that's listening and watching. I want to repeat some of this back to make sure that I've heard you correctly on what your thoughts are on some of this, right? So you're kind of implying or saying outright that you think the disclosure narrative from some of these UFO personalities like Jeremy Corbell, Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, right? We could go down the line. Your Hal Puthoffs, Gary Nolan's, right? They're behind the scenes sort of controlling what information comes out about UFOs, and that it may or may not be the right thing, I guess. I'm just trying to understand, like, is this nefarious what you think is happening? Is this
No, it's natural, right? It's natural, and some of it's some of it is I wouldn't say nefarious. It's natural to the goal and objective, right? It's like they're constantly being asked things, so they constantly have to say something, right? They have the pressure of having to make headlines in order to feed what they feed themselves and to
see.
some degree. Outside
Which
of
is
like
why I
a
use
very
Bombshell all the time.
right.
That's the whole reason I use Bombshell. People think I'm just trying to get click. No. It's for that reason you just said, that every week, I've been covering this for years, every week, multiple claims come out from a lot of UFO personalities that, if you singled each one of them out, in and of itself would be such a bombshell claim, and they drop them like they're fucking nothing, like little pieces of candy. Like it's
Right.
like it's not some big claim that they're making.
Right. I mean, it's like the testimony, like David Grusch, for example, right? Testimony's fascinating, but there's like this inversion of, like, you'd think he talks about things he's cleared to say. You would think that the existence of biologics and corporal beings and all, you'd think that would be the most secret part of what it is he's able to, but he's cleared to say that, right? Which means either it's not true, or it's narrative control, and that's what they want to go out there, be put out there for, whatever reason. But yeah, so get back to the main question about the nefariousness of it and stuff. I don't think any of it's nefarious, and understand, like, I always say this is my assessment, right? This is
Sure.
reading the playing field of really looking at the things that are being said and things that are not being said, looking at the entanglements from all of these different angles, and then applying behavioral assessments and and things like that feed into all of this. So it's like somebody says, oh well, you're entitled to your opinion. Not my opinion, it's my assessment.
Your
Right,
informed
and that's much
assessment based
different
on
because it's based
your
on
experience.
experience. It's based on a methodology. There's
Sure.
sometimes the methodology produces things I don't agree with, but I still have to go with the methodology first. So yeah, so none of it's nefarious in that sense. But what I'm saying is that the motivations are there, and the motivations exist to both perpetuate a public story and feed the public narrative that keeps engagement going, that keeps the subject out front, that sells books, that causes clicks, that feeds the media side of it, right?
Sure.
So you've got this self-perpetuating cycle that's going on there. Then you've got, like, your Gary Nolan's, you got like real research that's really being done in the academic side that is the most important and most fascinating parts of it, but
Yeah.
doesn't make any headlines and isn't going to make any headlines because, again, it takes too much brain energy to do that. It's not easy to spoon feed,
Sure.
and it's often not as sexy as any of the other stories, right? Unless you're a
Sure.
scientist. Scientists are like, oh my
Sure.
God, this is like bigger than, actually seeing the Loch Ness Monster, looking at this molecule thing, or, what have you. And then adjacent to that, you've got the legislative massaging and the industry formations brewing in the brewing underneath it all, so that everybody's properly positioned at the right time, so they have foresight, right? If you told
It's a
if I
controlled
had
narrative, is what you're saying. You
right,
think,
so if
essentially.
if you had foresight into something that was coming in the next 6 weeks out of government, a law, a regulation, and it was in an area that you are intimately familiar with, and had expertise in, right? What do you really need to do? you need to go get yourself a virtual or a temporary office. That's going to cost you $250 for your first month, maybe $500 for your first month, your first rent. You're going to have a virtual receptionist. You're going to have a business mailing address. You're going to, you can get on LegalZoom, get the paperwork started for like less than $1,000, right? You can get a company going on paper and have something, because and that'll be done within 3 or 4 weeks, and within 6 weeks the solicitation's coming out.
That you would then leverage to get some sort of contract or a big funding for this company? Is that what you mean? Or an investment into it at least?
Bigelow and OSAP.
Yeah.
That's the story. That's what was
Sure.
done. They had advanced insights, right? And then they got the sole source contract while somebody else. All these, it's all been done. The models are all there.
Sure. This has been accused for a long time.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Take a step back and stop being, take a step back from being overwhelmed by the wonderness of our place in the universe.
Sure.
And take a breath to be like, okay, but there's really actual stuff here.
That's what I want to ask. Like, do you think that they're just, again, to play devil's advocate here? I'm not saying that I don't agree with your assessment and haven't seen some of this myself. In fact, you're echoing a lot, some similar points that I make on my show a lot. But since I just, somebody's got to be here to be the devil's advocate here, right?
Yeah.
To what you're saying. So, if I'm listening to this and maybe I'm really into the disclosure movement, I follow it, I love these guys, whistleblowers, all the way, and I'm thinking, okay, I hear this and I think, okay, well, maybe they're controlling the narrative because, one, they think there's alien craft being held and bodies and all of this stuff, and they're trying to soften disclosure out to the people, so they're kind of taking control privately because they don't trust the way the government would do it. So their intentions are like, I'm trying to help humanity, like we said before, but at the same time, we're going to position ourselves and make a little cash. And maybe they feel that's the best way to do it. But at the end of the day, me personally, what I would want to know, and I think other people, no matter what side of the fence you sit on, are they doing all of this because they actually think there's, crashed UFOs and bodies that the government is holding, and they're trying to get this information out, or they don't know and they're just, fuck it, we're doing it anyway?
I think they would have to believe that exists.
So they believe in this effort wholeheartedly, you think?
Yeah. I don't doubt that they. I don't think they're. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't believe in what they're doing and doesn't believe that what they say.
It's just for what reason are they doing?
I think the degree to which I think they might be overstating
certain things, or exaggerating certain
that
claims.
is right. They're overstating the evidence that would actually be available or actually be made available, right?
Sure.
How much of that again is conclusions, assessment, whatever equally these guys are all intel people, right? So they're doing the same thing.
So is that why you think they're avoiding you and your information? Like, because it sort of contradicts the narrative they're trying to control, or at least gets in the way of it, or contradicts some of the information they've said publicly, so they don't? Or why do you think?
So because number one, it's there's a number of problems that start murkying the waters of the stories, right? So first, because superficially, I say it all the time. What's the difference between me and any other whistleblower, right? I'm military veteran, served in Desert Storm, Bosnia, intel contractor, oil and gas. I'm a whistleblower. I'm a corporate whistleblower in the oil and gas industry. The case is still ongoing. It actually goes restarts in 2027. You know, so what's the difference between me? The difference between me was my information didn't originate inside the US government, and it wasn't brought out through a channel that reviewed it before it was made available. It just popped on the scene.
I see.
So then they've got to, if what they see in it looks like anything that they've gathered from other sources, then they're potentially thinking of the geopolitical implications, right? That, let's say there's bits and pieces, there's formulas, there's the drawings, there's something in there that they know they got from another source and it sits in the classified world. So it's like, well, we can't, if we are engaging on this, if we give any kind of credence or confirmation to any of these Russian papers, then we know we're commenting on things the Russians know or might still be pissed off about that we have. So it becomes a little bit of a diplomatic issue, potentially, that if his notes, while themselves don't, bear the markings of being classified, but were at some point part of classified programs, then you start getting into some diplomatic and geopolitical problems.
They don't want to touch that, you think,
when it comes to Russia. Because for as much as I talk about the U.S. programs that the science is in there, from what I can see, there's a number of Russian programs too. This is, again, 2024. I was like, listen, Russia's talking about weapons using new physical principles. They're talking about these plasma-based, not just weapon systems, but EMP and things like that. And I was like, if we don't know about that, and this reflects some of that, if the US government doesn't know about this, they need to, right? I'm like, somebody needs to see this. So all that stuff is at play. And then, there's the very, superficial part of it is that we already have a UFO files guy. And, we got two of them. There's, Paul Stone, who's done decades of super in-depth, research, we talk on X sometimes, and I feel for him because it's like something comes out from the US, somebody says something, Tim Gallaudet, whatever, pick a name, they say something, and everyone's like, oh, bombshell, right? And Paul Stonehill's like, yes, I covered this 25 years ago. 25 years ago in Russia, we had information about this, right? And it's exhausting. But again, and that's why I'm like, Paul, it's narrative control, right? They don't want to show there's a history of this, and they certainly don't want to show somebody else knew about it first. If you put, go a step further again with my father-in-law stuff in this work, right? Bob Lazar. I told Luigi when I met him, I said, the best 17 seconds of your film, in my opinion, were when you said, talking about, oh, there were Russians at S4 in 1989, and they were there because they knew something. They had something that the U.S. wanted. Then a breakthrough was discovered, and they, got rid of them really quick.
Right? But do you believe Bob Lazar's story?
It depends on the part of it. Depends on what exact. Do I believe it? Yes, I believe that Bob worked at a location for a period, 4 or 5 months.
On alien spacecraft that was,
I believe he was
discovered underwater.
Whatever he was told and whatever conclusions he reached based on what he saw, I believe in that 5-month period he saw and worked on all of those things.
Okay, I see.
Beyond that, I don't project. The story's fascinating. I don't know how particularly relevant it is, really. Again, I just think of myself and life and life experience. You start a new job. Even many of my jobs, I've been thrust in, feet first into the deep end to start solving problems.
Sure.
And I know it takes me about, I always give myself 90 days to figure out the landscape, and the horizon and have my arms around what's going on in the who's who. And that takes at least, like I said, 90 days, 3 months. I wouldn't say I had, reached all my conclusions by month 5 after that.
Yeah. Well, he claimed to his I don't want to get into Bob Lazar.
Yeah.
Jesus. That wasn't trying to bring that up, but yeah, he's made many claims that element 115 came from him. That's his contribution. At least that's an early interview that he gave in the 90s, and then he stopped saying that. That was his contribution, was discovering element 115. And actually his direct quote is, it was element 114 or 115 or something like that. And then it became very firm element 115. But regardless, what about if people hear this, right? People will say in America, Russia is not our ally, right? Do you think, and people have claimed, that Russia's trying to put in disinformation into American, whatever, politics, society, this, that, or the other. Have you gotten accusations that like you're working for Russia and your whole story that you're bringing out is like that? Because I would imagine some people
I haven't
might
heard
think
any.
that.
Yeah, it hasn't gone. The direct working for Russia hasn't gotten to me. People. There are people who are like, I don't know if he's a government op or whatever. There was a guy, journalist I spoke to one day, and he's just like, he was convinced, or he is convinced, he's like, that I work for the CIA and my job is I'm trying to put this truth out there. It's like I work for I'm part of a rogue network that really is trying to break this open. And, if I wanted to, he's the guy. And I'm like, well, I'll take it as a compliment that you think that. I'm like, but there's nothing there. But on the purest level of, are the works Russian disinformation? So my initial pitchback is always, to what end? Right? When you look at everything, what exactly is the disinformation that's being presented? Because it's all
It'll be just confusion. Just to confuse, leave things ambiguous. You don't know which way's up, which way's down. You're bringing this information out. Again, just to play devil's advocate.
Yeah,
that
but
could
I don't
be
think.
a
I
reason.
don't think any of it's really ambiguous. I mean, the science, the physics are there, right? I always say, I don't think, and people confuse this sometimes too. Like, they think my mission for some reason is I'm trying to prove the physics are right. I don't give a shit really if the physics are right. The fact that this is a unified body of work that brings all of it together, and the end result is the UFO, whatever that means, right? I'm like, that, and that as the first step is what makes it interesting, right? Unified, internally consistent body of work with an overriding theory of this gravitational charge dualism that explains how it all fits together. Great. Then we start getting into the questions of the patents and the programs, the paper trail that exists, that is all the bits and pieces of this. And they all began existing after the fall of the Soviet Union, right? If I take all, this is the definition of compartmentalization, almost, right? If I take every one of them and stack them on top of each other, I can rebuild this one body of work, right? And so this was always kind of my question. So what we don't see on the public side is really the attempts at integration, the attempts at taking all of these different programs that have all worked on some element of this and reassembling it on this end. That
When you say reassemble, you mean the UFO itself, physically.
Get some sort of operational technology, let's say, even just
from this,
make it even more of a generalization.
Sure.
But that's the kind of testimony that we do hear. That's the kind of things that we do hear out of, Grusch and Hal Puthoff, and that this integration is happening, it has happened, Interestingly enough, if you look at the companies, particularly like Jay Stratton's involved in, what do all those companies do? If I don't know, are you familiar with them at all? What
companies?
Yeah.
Nope.
Those companies, what they're built for. They're built for integration. They're built, the Jay Stratton company, I don't forget the name offhand, but you go to the website, right? The mission is, when this technology is released, we're going to put it together and we're going to build this stuff. It's also the one layer. Now, take it a step, let's dig a little bit deeper. And this is, the Black Grove work, right? Where I've got the science, right? I got my father-in-law stuff. I've got the science. I've got the materials. And a lot of those have been able to confirm throughout all of these programs that it's all consistent. The domains, the scientific domains, the materials that are being used. Now take a look at the purchase of those materials over the last 15 years and how that's changed, and who owns those materials, and who can refine those the raw materials.
So you think this is real, right? You think the U.S. government has, UFOs, a spacecraft, this exotic technology, has reverse engineered it, prepared operational, whatever, UFOs, like we have bodies, we have alien, like you think this is all real, that the U.S. government has been hiding based off of the information you got from your father-in-law to help you fit some pieces together that seem to match.
I think I think when I look across the landscape of possibilities, all of that is not outside of it.
Okay. Very diplomatic answer. I like, but
I
reasonable.
mean, it all fits, right? Am I gonna, I'm not. Again, I'm not like that personally invested in the alien things, and
it's the exotic technology that interests you.
Well, I mean, the whole thing interests me, right? But I also then, become more pragmatic and more stoic, right? Where I don't know if I said it yesterday at all, but it's like if they come out and they say yes, and there's 36, there's 106, there's 6,000 alien species, and all this and that, right?
Yeah.
Do I got to pay my phone bill next week?
Yeah.
Right. Like, we're going to have free energy. Great. How long is that going to take? Right. We're whatever the revelations are, nothing changes the next day. Life goes on. Whatever is able to come out of it is going to be a slow roll out where we're going to have to switch over tons, and we're going to have to build new infrastructure, all of these. And I think some of that's happening now. I think what we're seeing, certainly AI, the quantum things, the data centers being built. I think all of these things are fundamental to creating a new energy infrastructure, a new transportation infrastructure that is not reliant upon fossil fuels. So that's what I think we're actually seeing now, is those foundations being built, so that if the plan is the big revelation moment, there's tangible things that can be explained right now that turn the unknown into an opportunity. And that becomes the greatest political win, because that's the other area I've always talked about, is that nothing's going to be said unless there is a political win in it, and that is going to be well structured and well timed and everything else. So when the speech can become, yes, for decades this has been hidden, it's been horrible that it's been hidden, but we are bringing it forward, we are opening the books, so there can be accountability, so there can be transparency. So, what do we know from a threat perspective? This is what we know, or, do not know. But these are the steps that have been taken over the years in the development of different weapon systems that, from what we do know, can counter the threat that we've assessed these things might be. But to date, we don't know if there's a threat, an imminent threat or an invasion and all that shit, right? And then they take it to the next level. So what does this mean? Well, this means we are going to be opening up, this technology that's currently held by ABC, that, we're going to inject it into these industries to, begin moving faster and building stronger and transitioning to a new energy future that doesn't rely on fossil fuels. And we're going to improve transportation systems. And this is what the future of, so here's transportation in 50 years, right? Government, industries. I worked in oil and gas, right? I always said they think in 50-year terms, right? When you start a small business, you're doing your 5-year plan. They're doing 50-year plans, right? Yeah. So they're gonna have to change course on some of those 50-year plans, if they haven't already, to begin, adjusting for all of this. That's all the stuff that needs to be said. That's the stuff that needs to happen. Whether there's one other alien species or 400 of them, again, I need to be aware of it, because when I go to the dog park, whatever thing is there walking, it's octopus. Sure, it'd be nice to know what species it is, but I'm not going to, unless there's an expectation I'm going to be opening the door and they're camping on my lawn, or, they're going down the street.
Disruptive.
Right, like, do I need to stay away from this thing because I'm going to get some rare exotic disease? That I'd be interested in knowing. The fact that they exist, I really don't give a shit otherwise.
What do you think? It seems like if this stuff that your father-in-law released in these papers, and the Russian government is kind of known for cracking down on leaks and stuff, like, do you have any fear, if it's true, do you have any fear of them coming after you? Or why would they let this information get out?
Well, it's not a matter of they let it get out. It got out because, again, these were like his private notes, right? This is just what he held on to, the day the office closed, because the day the office closed, there was no government, right? There was the government that he did this under essentially fell apart. And there were a lot bigger issues, and things that needed to be held under control. Now, there's a Russian lieutenant colonel general, like a 3-star, who wrote a book, and he talks a lot about the story. And he talks about how at the fall of the Soviet Union, there were a group of KGB loyalists who, when they started seeing all the government officials selling off secrets to the West, when they saw Yeltsin, come in and talking about opening up everything and the CIA's flooding in. This group took UFO documents and dispersed them to, put them in hiding, right? I don't know, did they hand these back to him and say, here's the shit you worked on, keep this secret, and hide it under there. So we know that happened. A fascinating thing, and now this ties into the missing generals and things here, believe it or not, the missing scientists headlines that we're going through here. So from the fall of the Soviet Union, as I just described, we had this flood of both things getting sold off, and we had just natural, more cooperative cooperation that was occurring, particularly in academic and scientific circles. So you had scientists who worked within these same domains: magnetohydrodynamics, MHD, advanced propulsion, plasma energy, all the subjects involving UFOs, and hypersonic speed and EMP and that. You had that same group from Russia who were coming to the US and doing presentations and creating, joint projects. And there's a couple that, tie into the Air Force research labs. So you have all of this stuff going on from 1990s, 91. It's all happening. You had the Russian Ajax program, which was their huge, super secret hypersonic jet design going on as well. And these same people who worked on the science for that were running around academia, doing joint programs and writing papers and all that shit. In 2012, Putin writes a new law. And that law makes all of those interactions that happened from 1990 treason. And he retroactively enforces it. So, for anyone watching to understand, it's not like he said, from this point forward, this is treason. Just very much like the US did. If you say anything about UFOs, you are a spy, da-da-da. So Putin didn't say from this point forward in 2012, that's treason, and you're going to be arrested and prosecuted for it. He retroactively went back and said, all that stuff they said you could do, all of those approvals you got to do that, all of that's treason, and now we're going to arrest you and put you in jail.
And that's when your father-in-law put out those documents on his social media account.
There you go. Because there's a comment on there of somebody saying there's people disappearing, there's people going to, this is dangerous. But he was in Kazakhstan. So he's outside the reach of the Russian, government proper. And all of that, was in place. So I believe, that was his motivation. At that time was that these people, because he talks, or he writes about, again, the how being upset that they never went forward with these projects, or they never matured them, and and it's like, and now you're going to make this science illegal, and you're gonna put these scientists. And there's a story about one scientist who was like, at home in palliative care. And they went and they got him and they put him in jail, and they.
But nothing happened to your father-in-law, right?
What's that?
Did anything happen to your father-in-law?
So his girlfriend tells us that he was under surveillance very often. Again, she can't provide any proof.
Like from the KGB or the Russian
from the FSB, yeah.
Or FSB, okay.
That she saw it and, was herself, because being with him, under surveillance and things like that. The inevitable next question, listen, the guy died at 64 years old. Died very sudden, severe illness, kidney, liver failure, organ failures to death. didn't happen long after he sent us these things, right? Like I said, it was within
like a
weeks.
poison, and they're kind of known for that, right? Is that what you're implying?
I mean, I'm not even trying to imply it, because again, there's no way to know. I mean, outside of going through, exhuming, it's a whole thing. But it's a question that kind of lingers in my mind now, because it moved so fast. And even by the time Natalia found out when he died, he was already buried. It was like within 17 hours.
Oh, wow.
That he died and was already buried. And then, they told her, so, listen, and then, we had a strange incident here, with Natalia getting sick herself, that had to do with like industrial levels of mold exposures, but there's no source for the exposures. And that happened like within a 3-week window. So she would have had the exposure like while I was out of town. I was in DC at the James Fox event, actually, when she would have had this exposure. But in the weeks prior to that, she had been communicating with the guy who actually facilitated George Knapp's trip to Moscow in 93, the guy that set that all up. She found and was communicating with him, and he still worked inside government, which becomes another fascinating question, because what I just described as far as the 2012 Putin directive, right, of any of that stuff, any of that science, anything that was shared with the West is treason. And scientists and people went to jail for it. But this guy, who was the state security advisor into the Russian parliament, their Duma, their legislative branch, this guy, if we go by the public story, gets an office and gets a salary from George Knapp's news station. He arranges meetings with senior government officials that leads to the handover, I say sale, of classified materials to a Western journalist that are then brought back to the US and become part of an official government program that's endorsed and set up by 2 United States senators that get $22 million in funding. But that guy in Moscow didn't go to jail for treason. Russian information went directly into the Defense Intelligence Agency by the entire public account and network. But that guy didn't go to jail for treason.
Russia. Yeah.
And he's still working.
He's still working to this day, is what you're saying.
So
well, I just want to make sure that I understand what you just said, because that was kind of crazy if I heard you right. Or at least this is your theory, that this same gentleman, the same Russian gentleman that you're saying is still working today for the Russian military or government or whatever in an official capacity. Back in the 90s, he was given a position and a salary from the same news organization that runs where George Knapp works.
Right. This is this guy, Kapernoff. So this is the guy who George Knapp, when George tells the story is this is the Russian official that he met through that Hawaiian senator. George says to him, "Oh, I'd love to come over there." And the guy says, "Yes, let me set this up for you." So that's what the guy does. And all of that's public. There's no theory about it. This is the story, right?
Well, the story is that Russian guy that still works for Russia was paid by the same news organization that George works for at the Las Vegas.
He was George describes, You know, I mean,
We set him up with an office. We gave him a salary.
Right. We set him up in an office. We gave him a salary to specifically get this going
these
and facilitate
documents.
these meetings. This is all part of the story. There's no theory behind it.
So why did George have to, quote, sneak out the files, right? That's part of the story, is that he snuck them out and brought them back. And so you don't really think that happened. You think they were sold.
So, yeah. I mean, you know, the short of it is that nothing was leaving there, you know, without a payment happening for it, number one.
Yeah, without their permission, essentially. They knew it was getting out.
Right. So, number two, or the next part, you know, so let's break down that story. So, he talks about being tracked by all of their movements were tracked, right? How many times they were stopped by the police. He talks about his hotel room was searched every day, and he used to leave little things, so that were his own confirmations of what was to prove that his room was searched every day. So he's under surveillance. His room's constantly being searched. Where'd he hide the hundreds of pages of documents in between all? Do you think that they didn't know that things were handed over to him? Right?
That's a good question.
He was specific. I mean, the guy from the government who was responsible for state security organized the meetings for this information to be given over to George Knapp, whether it was sold or whether it was just their generosity. All of that was arranged. You don't think the intelligence service knew any of that was happening? Right?
The Russian intelligence,
right.
Saying. Yeah.
Exactly.
But how do they know that information that George then gets out and they make a sale? How like, what's going to happen with that? Like, what's the end game there? You think George was just working for himself in the news station to get this information to make the sale? Or do you think
my assessment
was a U.S. intelligence agency working with George to help facilitate that out?
Yeah, my assessment is that it was a sanctioned, if not highly tolerated, operation to remove materials. Those materials probably had some degree of sharing that had happened between the U.S. and Russia, because again, more than enough proof, more than enough evidence exists that throughout the entire Cold War, in scientific domains, particularly in this MHD technology, which is central to the UFO design and things like, there was a lot of U.S. Russian cooperation in that time period. That level of cooperation was still being negotiated, but the open door existed for this to happen, right? There wasn't, and whether they didn't want it to happen through official channels, because perhaps it was so sensitive that politically they thought it would be a problem. So they said, well, we can get this done sort of through this journalist, and he'll get the stories, he'll get the Russian stories out, which does whatever for them, kind of sets there. So, and whatever this technology is, there would have been some sort of agreement around what's going to be done with it. And what's going to be done with it very much could have been, you're going to get us some visas and help a group of people emigrate to the United States, which is exactly what happened in 95, 96. Now, can I directly correlate the who to? Sure. No, but the logical chain of events, where is there a win in somebody from Russia doing all of this? The win is that people get to immigrate, come to
Sure.
the United States,
Which is a big deal.
Which is a big deal. And not only are they coming to the United States, right? They're not coming here and becoming taxi drivers.
They're getting set up.
They came here, they got set up, they got jobs in the exact industries, they got jobs in the government, in the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are still working today. They got their top secret clearances. You know,
like we did with the Germans after World War II, right?
Right.
Some German
Pretty good deals came out of it for allowing some stories and some papers about technology that obviously Russia wasn't going to build because they weren't going to have the money to do it.
So get it to America. America can do it.
Right. And that might have, again, somewhere.
So George is, I just want to make sure, some people may hear this and think, or get confused and start thinking that you're implying that George isn't a patriot, like he's working with the Russian government to work against America, right? I just want to make sure that that's clear, that that's not what I don't think you're saying that. And in fact, based on this thought that you're throwing out, George is doing something good for America. This sounds very patriotic in a sense.
It's probably a more intriguing narrative than even the narrative that he talks about, you know.
100%.
Like the taking off the cover sheet thing, absolutely true. You know, that's how all they did was, here's a cover sheet, everything underneath this. You could have, had you accidentally stuck a lunch menu in there, that lunch menu would have now been classified because you know, I mean, they did some weird shit like that. You know, but again, for me, right, for anybody who lived and worked in that 10-year period of when all this world was in upheaval, right? Like you know, putting the caviar on top of papers and, you know, oh, I would have wound up with a gulag and that bullshit. Here's what would have happened. They would have looked at it, gone, what are these papers? And you'd have gone, oh, here's another paper that I forgot to put in there, and it would have been a 100 ruble bill, and all of a sudden there wouldn't have been a problem, right?
Sure.
You know,
pay it off.
Right. Those documents didn't leave. You know, nobody was giving anything away for free.
But you could understand how George might sell it that way if the whole idea was it was going to be a completed transaction, right? It was going to be set up. It was no problems, no fear at all.
Right.
But George has to sell it that way so that you don't know about this underlying transaction between potentially two intelligence agencies, right? One from America and one from Russia.
Right. And the story would have lasted and sustained, you know, because I'm the only one saying it. The story would have lasted and sustained had you not made me start asking fucking questions. Be honest. You know, had you not made me start questioning your motives and integrity.
Sure.
The
story. Do you think George's are you questionable about, because I like George. I've always respected him. I don't know him. But you know, he's an OG in the community, and he's done a lot of stuff. You know, I don't believe Bob Lazar, but that doesn't mean I hate George. You know, like I like George. I think he's cool. Do you question his current day integrity of how he's pushing stuff out? Like, do you believe Lou Elizondo saying, "Oh, you know, George works for me"? Like, do you think George is compromised?
You know what I believe? You know what I believe? I believe George when he makes those offhand comments about, like, oh, Jeremy's a slave driver, or, you know, that he'd rather not be doing any of this. That's what I believe at this, you know, at this point. That he's being squeezed and rolled out of a sense, you know, and he has some sort of sense of obligation to help these guys push this stuff forward and continue on the mission. And you know, it's probably more of a bother to him now.
He doesn't want to do it.
And
he's kind of feels forced to do it so do you think Lou Elizondo and Jeremy Corbell are working together on this?
Well, you know, I have no reason to not believe that they're not. Lou did the book tour, right? Jeremy's out there on the book tour, let me make my phone call. If George, George works for, Lou, then you got to kind of guess Jeremy's in that mix somewhere. At what degree? I mean, like I said, I don't, and it's hard because I don't fault any of them. Whatever it is, what it is. All I'm saying is I can't. I've got to paint the picture that I'm seeing, right?
I get it. I totally get it. But how certain are you that that's what Lou said to you? Is there any possibility that you misheard Lou?
No.
And just to be clear, because people are going to ask, you have no direct evidence that he said that to you. It was just a conversation, and of course you weren't recording. You were just talking to him,
right? And I wasn't going to record it, and I wasn't, again, had no intention, and again, it wasn't like, oh, I got, like I said, I brought it up to you, just like, yeah, that was a weird thing that happened, during the conversation.
That's very weird.
You're somebody else who's like putting pieces together, and I'm putting pieces together, and whether it was an overstatement or something, perhaps he was just talking bullshit, and
it just seems like a weird thing to say for Lou if it's true, and Lou is, or George Knapp is working for Lou Elizondo. That seems like a weird thing for Lou to be so loosey-goosey with that information with you, who he barely knows. Do you think it's a test, like a trust test see if you'll go, basically repeat this information, and then he knows, okay, this came from Gene. I can't trust him. I don't know.
Absolutely. It could be.
I don't know.
It could be Gene's got 30 years of intelligence experience and is able to get people to suddenly blurt shit out,
Sure. I mean, that's fair.
In certain ways too, right?
Sure. That's fair.
That knife, that knife cuts both ways.
Sure.
But that's why I said, that's why I didn't, run it. It's a piece of information. I mean, and again,
they're both going to respond to this, no doubt. George Knapp is definitely going to respond to this. Lou Elizondo, I don't know. He hates vetted. He hates me. So I don't know if he would respond. He may just let it go.
Right.
They may all let it go. I don't know.
I'm going to edge for they don't respond to it.
Possible.
And they're not going to respond to it because they do not desire to get engaged in the discussion of what was turned over to DIA and what they've found of it. And again, like I said, or they just might be like, yeah, well, we don't know what those things are, and we don't know why this guy's so, keen to ask us.
Because remember,
our non-answer was the answer, right? But we don't have a non-answer. You've seen, I shared with you the communications.
Sure.
So we don't have a non-answer.
Yeah, no, I agree.
You see in writing what was said.
Yes. The first part of our interview, just to, bring this back around, because I don't know if this will be in one part or two parts or whatever, but you said, or you thought that, the documents that George brought back from Russia, right? That there was not all of those documents became public. Right. That the missing documents essentially line up with the documents you've brought forward through your father-in-law.
That the documents, that what we know is that there's the stuff that was made public, and there was stuff that went into DIA in the system and Bigelow and created whatever this 149 page report is that exists.
The OSAP so you even think that the documents that were not made public from George Knapp's, bringing over from Russia, those documents then led to OSAP being created, and some of these DIRDs being written and some of these reports being written. It all spawned OSAP, which led to ATIP, which led to Kona Blue, which led to the UAPTF task force, right? Which essentially, it's kind of saying that is the seed that led to the whole UFO narrative as we know it.
Well, so now after Lukatsky's book came out, and I jumped on his 12 attachments thing,
Which you showed me screenshots of that too. I saw that. You did
Right.
You did show that to me.
So now go to the weaponized interview of where Lukatsky's talking with George and Jeremy. Lukatsky brings up, he says, or George asks a question. He said, "What about the Russian thread 3 and da 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 da?" And Lukatsky says, "Yeah, there's some people saying that thread 3 informed, was part of this program, and the Russian files were part of this program, but we didn't even know anything about thread 3 when OSAP was formed, and we were closing up shop by the time they were even translated." And da da da. He goes on, and you can go on my X account. There's a string where this is spelled out probably more eloquently than I'm going to describe it. That's all a lie. That is an intentional intent at walking back the relevance that the Russian papers played in the entire scope of things.
Interesting. Downplaying it, you're saying, essentially, right?
So now
right. Okay.
So there was this, and again, look at the order of events, right? The Russian narrative was a side interesting story for over 30 years. June of 2025, I pop on the scene and I start asking questions and I start sharing shit and I start trying to get into everywhere that I'm trying to get into, right? But the one thing that we never covered after, the Hastings email, the David Grusch side, the IDF guy that, the account disappeared. Then I got a visit to my house from the FBI. Right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Then we can put that on the list of things to go back to.
Shit.
Then we get the announcement of the September 2025 hearing. And lo and behold, now Luna wants to know what Russia knew. And George Knapp's going to testify about what he brought back from Russia. So we get the September 2025 hearing. A week later is when, within a week is when I popped down to Vegas with the crew to listen to George speak at the library and where I met Gina, right? Mm-hmm. So that's September. Then there's a period of quiet and the weaponized then Mystery Wire is going to start, covering them. But every time Mystery Wire covers them, right, I'm out there to respond to sort of inject, hey, well, what about this? Where does this fit in? Why won't anyone answer or want to talk about, these things? And that begins to die down. And then the Lukatsky's book comes out. And same thing, I jumped right on it. And then it becomes this dampening, like now all this Russia stuff really isn't that important to OSAP and to what happened.
Interesting. So Lukatsky lied. No, did he knowingly lie, or did he just? You think he knowingly lied,
or it's memory issues with age or what have you? Because if you go back through the record, in '93, when Knapp comes back from Russia with the documents, that's when the NIDS existed, and this is all talked about in Jacques Vallée's book. So whether it was 96, 2006, whenever it was, the first time, right? It's well before the establishment of OSAP or anything, where Bigelow, Hal Puthoff, all these guys and George are in the room, and George is sharing all the Russia stuff. And he's, going through all that and he's talking to him. Then you have the setup of, you have the procurement thing come out. you have the sole sourcing, 2 bass, and you have Knapp walking, or you have Lakatsky walking through the door of day 1, running OSAP, and all of those things had already been translated, right? Because Knapp was having them translated and faxing them back from Russia. Some of the shit was so good. The stories.
Yeah. Couldn't wait to bring it all back. He was just, yeah.
Right.
Some of the
So
better stuff.
Don't tell me, don't look me in the eye and try telling me that between 1993, 1996, 2008, that you were unable to find or uninterested in finding in Las Vegas area a Russian-speaking person to work on translating those documents, that you just took them and stuck them in a drawer and had no interest in any translation. And it wasn't until 2 years into the OSAP program that somebody said, maybe we should have these things translated. Because even by Lakatsky's time frame of when they
suspicious
translated, right?
Yeah.
And again, this is the power of just knowing life, right? To translate 149 pages still means the translation would have started within the 2 months of OSAP hanging up its plaque and opening its doors, which means you did already
translate them.
Either scenario, right? I think maybe you had a loose translation and then you actually used the Defense Intelligence Agency or contracting company to get the official one, right? Because that, but call any fucking Russian-speaking call girl in Vegas, and you could have, had them sit down and do those translations and tell you what each word was. Don't tell me nobody did that in 13 years or 8 years, whatever the hell it was.
I think that's a good point. Real quick, Gene, I have to go to the bathroom, dude. I'm dying, and I really want to continue this. I don't want to keep you as long as more than you want to, but
go ahead.
I'm totally locked in. But I need 2 minutes to go to the bathroom.
I'll go top off my coffee.
You need a.
No, I'm good here. You want to say hello? Meet Patrick. Sure. This is Pat. Pat, he's very famous.
Oh my God! Please don't say that, Gene.
Very famous.
Please don't say that. No, I'm not. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too. We always joke I was like the headline of the family, the important person, because I'm an opera singer. But now I'm so happy. All the attention is to pirates.
I was born in Latvia. Back then it was the USSR. I was around 5 years old. It was a trip to Moscow from Riga. It was a long way sometimes. And I remember there was a child song in Russian, which was very popular back then. I just started singing it. And all the people on train, they were so inspired by that and they asked more and more. As far as I remember, my repertoire back then wasn't that wide. I was repeating the same song. It was completely new, but I love it. This song was some kind of a message for me. I'm actually married to a veteran of the Gulf War. Also, both of my granddads got killed during World War II. And now I've just realized that I'm actually here in the US due to the sacrifices they made back then. For every sacrifice you make in this life, you will get a reward. Especially in case you are a soldier. All your efforts will be noticed. They opened a complete new life to the whole world. And when they made it, they didn't know what would eventually happen to this world. And I think I'm not the only one who is a descendant who is lucky to have the life I am having now. It's a dedication to all the people who sacrificed their lives to save the country.
So hold on, there's one other thing I got to explain here. If there was a Soviet alien hybrid experiment, this is it. Tall. Listen, the parents were living on the facility prior to her being born. Tall, blonde, brilliant mind for mathematics and science, polyglot, six languages.
Yeah, fluent 4, but
right.
Yeah,
Wow.
Unbelievable. Even her vocal range is unusual for a woman. She's a mezzo soprano, but 4-octave range, like within the most unusual scale of what it can be.
There is one where they fucked up. Where exactly? Sports.
Sports, right? Yeah.
They just but I shoot well. I shoot really well.
You should see her shoot.
But like sports is like I was never good at that. I had like heart attacks and everything. That's what I say. They fucked it up. They couldn't build.
Well, they couldn't give you everything. They couldn't make you perfect. You know what I mean? They had.
I still work out. It's just I hate it and just to keep the shape.
And you have horrible taste in men.
All right. All right. Nice to meet you. I'm going to get.
Nice to meet you too.
Bye. Have a good one.
Nice to meet you too, man. I would love. Is it possible to share some of her music or something with me? Like,
yeah. It's all on Apple, Spotify. Just put in Natalia Sticco.
Really? Okay. Oh man, I'm super excited. I love opera. I never know what they're saying. I listen to a lot of Italian opera. I never know what they're saying, but I love it.
I wanted to do a show one Sunday. It was, occasionally I'll do the thing I call it the Sunday Syndicate. So that's where I get on with Gino. We try to get Gino, Vito, Joe, and anybody whose name ends in a vowel. And it's like, Italian guys talking, UFOs and shit. But there was one episode I wanted to do. So there's an opera called The Masked Ball by Giuseppe Verdi. When he originally wrote it, and so it's about the assassination of the King of Sweden.
Yeah.
When he originally wrote it. When he wrote it, though, the political tensions were so high, they made him change it to a fictional position, which they called the governor of Boston, and it was set in the U.S. during the colonies. One of the main characters is a witch named Ulrika, and it's a mezzo-soprano role, and it's one Nat was recently preparing. And she always, she knew it, but she had to go back to it and is working on it again. But she came to me and she's like, look at this translation. And the piece is called Rel de Abismo, speaking to the abyss. Mm-hmm. And this witch, in the first line, when it's translated, people translate it as she's calling into the heavens, right? And she's calling, into this to summon these demons and this and that. But the actual word that they use is itera, the ether.
Yeah.
So when this was originally written, the ether was a real thing to the people that were there. But there was a point historically where the influences of the church forced them to change the meaning of the word in the understanding of it to mean, no, not the ether, the heavens. She's calling, and they gave it this religious connotation. But the entire language of the aria, when you remove the translation, that sort of has been given, she's calling into the ether, and she is structuring things within the ether to manifest. And it's all just aligned with what now people are talking about when it comes to the ether and this and that. And it's like people knew what this was, and there was a time when the ether was real and it was accepted. But then politics and religion changed it, and through culture, that's how they began to influence ideas about some of this stuff.
That's cool. So That's very interesting. So you think potentially that this the masked ball is about 0 point energy potentially,
Well, I think
or at least they knew about it.
it's about this assassination attempt.
Yeah, they reference 0 point energy potentially.
They reference calling upon the ether to manifest this change.
Yeah,
And
that's so
so
interesting.
what did that mean to them in the 1800s
Sure.
versus what has been changed in the translation over the decades to not be talking about?
Yeah. Well, translations are always so, so problematic. Just the Bible's a great example, right? Those translations. I mean, I see things on, if I watch a film in Spanish, I live here in Spain, right? And I'll watch TV and I'll see things, watch a lot of shows in Spanish, movies and stuff, for my wife, and I'll put English subtitles on just to make sure I'm not missing anything, just here and there. I can understand it, but just in case. And I see the translations sometimes are horrific, and vice versa. Stuff that I see in English translated to Spanish, and it will be off. Where you say, "Well, Patrick, that's not really that big a deal." I say, "No. They literally just changed the whole meaning of what that person just said. It's completely off. Like it's not like a little off. It's like." That's a lot off. Then you start to wonder, well, how many things are misunderstood because you've got all these languages in the world everyone's trying to communicate to each other, and some things just don't translate well. So they have to find something that they think fits in that doesn't fit in necessarily. No, that's very interesting. And you're right. That's like a whole nother podcast that I actually would be fascinated by, to be honest with you, just because I have some experience there. But all right. So I want to make sure where we were at, and I think it was a good reset point. So I'm trying to just, understand everything here, right, that we've talked about. I am going to give Jeremy and George an opportunity to respond to some of these things. Again, you're not saying George is compromised and working for Lou Elizondo, right? You're not saying that. You're saying, "Hey, man, that's just what Lou said. I don't know what it means, blah blah blah." And I'm sure George would be like, "Hey, I don't want that information out if that's not true." You know what I mean? He'd probably want to respond to that, but I want to make sure that they have an opportunity, to respond to that. But is there anything that we haven't talked about or touched on that you do want to mention or clarify or anything else? I just want to make sure you feel like you've had an opportunity to really, not leave any stone unturned, essentially.
Yeah, no, not at all. Again, my thing has been a pursuit of understanding where these works fit in, right? And I don't want to leave the impression that I'm trying to make them fit in, that I'm trying to inject something that doesn't have any relevance and doesn't, because that's like the last thing that I want to do, right? I just want to make sure that what I'm saying is there's something there. These look like a very useful timestamp and benchmark for so much or so many of the questions that are out there and that are being asked, right? And it's not that they are the definitive answer, but I have found they lead to a lot of places that are worthy of further inquiry, right? They lead to a path that begs these questions. And so, my passion, my questioning, my, all of this other stuff just comes off of trying to understand motivations for not wanting to ask those questions, while getting much different public narratives about the searches for the truth and things like that.
Yeah.
I know it can feel or look like I like to pick on them and I like to target them. But the fact of the matter is, they are in the sphere of where this work has led me to. So I can't help but have that and want those answers. Or to understand, again, not about like I need a weaponized episode, I need anything like that, but it's like you talk about all this behind those scenes work that you do, so it's like, why aren't we doing any behind the scenes work, like trying to figure this out, because the connection is there, right? You can't deny the science. But then I understand it's not the story that the government wants told right now. So if I know the government doesn't want this story told right now, and I know you're not interested in examining it even privately behind the scenes, but you seem to be reporting and getting all of then I'm left with very few conclusions. I'm left with few scenarios to deal with of who you actually are and what you are actually doing and what your actual role is. Now, how much you know of what you're doing and what your role is remains to be seen, because again, I understand there's lots of people who are playing roles and they don't even know they're involved.
Sure.
Sure.
Useful idiots. Not that you're calling them idiots,
That
but I'm
is
just
a
saying
term.
that's the term.
That is a term of art. It's a It's
Yeah.
a term of art. It's in the books, in the intel world.
Sure. So you did send me this email, and you touched on it briefly earlier, that you had reached out to Robert Hastings, and Robert Hastings is the author of a very famous book in ufology that Jesse Michels likes to talk about a lot. UFOs and nukes, right? Where hundreds, it could be even in the thousands, I don't know, I've never read the book, of examples of UFOs interacting with, nuclear facilities, bases, whatever, right? There's always a nuke and UFO connection. You reached out to Robert Hastings with your father-in-law's work, and he said he started to read it. It was way over his head, and for me too, right? And he said, "Hey, I want to pass this along to David Grusch. He seems interested in it," something along those lines. So that leads me to two conclusions. One, he shared it with David Grusch. You'd sent it to him. He shared it with David Grusch. So Robert Hastings is in contact with David Grusch. David Grusch says, "Oh, this sounds interesting. Let me take a look at this." Have you heard anything back from David Grusch at all?
When you open that email, you'll see from the screenshot I replied back saying to Robert, "I've been trying to get a hold of David. You're welcome to, gave him my phone number, my email. Not, it's condensed, but you'll see the opening line, my response, inviting, that conversation. Look at the dates on it. Look at the dates of when David Grusch got it. Or when Hastings said he sent it to him.
Does it have the dates?
Well,
you screenshotted Friday, July 25th, but that's on your phone. Oh, no,
Okay.
my bad. It says July 10th, 2025. July 14th, July 10th. Yeah. So somewhere in there, July of 2025.
Yep. So that was July 2025. Then, here, I'll open my calendar because I got my here. Oops. July 2025. Yeah, because it's, geez, here's another one I forgot. July 8th, I talked to Jesse Michels, him and Gerb, because then they ghosted me.
Oh, interesting.
So
him and Gerb.
Yeah. Jesse Michels, and so I sent everything to Jesse Michels. Then Gerb hit me up, sent everything to him. We had like one conversation. Jesse was like, oh, would you be interested in coming out? And I was like, yeah, whatever. And then, gave it, a couple of weeks, he's like, oh, keep sending me stuff that you're writing or whatever. And, and then eventually I was like, hey, did, you want to do something on this? And it's like, then never got a response from him or Gerb, never got any other interaction again.
So Gerb was reaching out through Jesse Michels?
No,
or you reached out to Gerb
just at
separately?
the same time. Yeah.
Got it.
But at the same time. So that was like, so July.
And Gerb said he also wasn't interested.
Gerb didn't say anything. I mean,
he
it
didn't
was
respond.
Send me everything. I sent him everything and then never heard anything again.
Heard back from him. Interesting.
And I didn't get to, like, I know he was a contact, but we didn't cross paths.
Yeah.
So that, when was my 23rd? Yeah. So that was, so you see that, that email was sent there in, mid-July that Grusch had it. And it was the 23rd of August that I got my FBI visit. And then it was shortly after that, they announced the hearings that Knapp was going to be talking about.
The September hearings, where it was George Knapp, Dylan Borland, Alejandro Wiggins,
Jeff Nuccitelli.
And Jeff Nuccitelli. And so you think that the pressure, not pressure, but let's just call it pressure. The pressure you were putting out with your information to try to, get people to look at, find out what's going on, that led them to, have this hearing and led to, or at the very least led George to be a part of the hearing and bring out the Russian documents, which hadn't happened before.
I'm curious. I'm just curious as to why, for the
timing of it all,
for the September hearing, like what? And again, if you ask them now, they're going to be like, "Oh, last year we knew we were going to, want to talk about Russia in the following year," and da 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 da. So all I can say is the timing is curious.
I understand.
They can say, they will have, unless they can, which again, depending on how far you want to go, you can always produce emails with different dates, I guess. That they could show that, oh no, we've been talking about this forever in a day and da 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 da. Again, just find it curious. It was like never seemed to be on the radar, and then all of a sudden it was like they wanted to make sure they planted they wanted to make sure they planted a stake in the Russia story.
So do you think that George was, because then, so let's say I'm listening to you and I'm thinking, well, what does it matter if he comes out and puts it out? Is it because of the specific story he told about how the Russian documents got out? Do you think it was to sort of set that in stone, that specific story?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, and it was a gate, it was some sort, it was some sort of gateway because again, and Luna had the interest in talking to them about the JFK things, right? It was this, this whole, what does Russia know kind of thing. Now, never mind, like I had sent emails, I sent copies of the book to the UAP task force and to, Nancy Mace and had a cover letter. I had a whole write-up, it was probably like, overwhelming of these connections into these companies. And like, if you want to have a hearing, here's the hearing you need to have. Talk about, this program, and, ask the Lockheed executives this shit because there's a chain there. There's an origins question, I guess, is the, where I land on thing. If I had a, why is it important? Well, because it's about origins. And for whatever it is that we're seeing today, tracing back those origins. And we look at, if we're talking about the agency's abilities to do their job and Congress's ability to exercise its oversight, then, an organization like Arrow is not tasked with investigating. They are tasked with resolving. So when they get a piece of information and show up, someplace, somebody can say to them, yeah, this is this piece of technology. I've been working on this for the last 25 years. I've been here. And Arrow's like, resolved. It's a piece of our technology that's been worked on for 25 years. Where the real question is, so when you started 25 years ago, what was already here? And then continuing that leapfrog effect. Because most of that institutional, and that's going to be the ultimate problem here, most of the institutional knowledge is gone, and people only know what they've been working on for as long as they've been working on it. And they know, when they started their job, what existed. And, their first task wasn't to see the origins of that. Their task was to jump head on into the project and continue, pushing science forward. And what happens in the past never gets asked or looked at. And so the institutional knowledge fades away. The paperwork trails fade away. They get stuck in boxes. What does or does not get digitalized is all there. That, and that's what I'm saying. This is like a guidebook to origins questions to ask.
Chain of custody sort of thing. I forget, did you answer? You may have said it and I missed it. You have not spoken to David Grusch about these documents. You have no idea basically his response to it.
No idea. Again, I forget who it was I mentioned that to, because I was like, David Grusch, I guess David Grusch has them and has acknowledged it's something he hasn't seen. And
yeah,
whoever it was,
you have proof it was at least forwarded to him. That's according to Robert Hastings, right? You at least have proof that it was forwarded to him and he had not heard of it, meaning it's not that an email got forwarded. He never saw the email. He saw the email. He commented on the work that your father-in-law did. You just never heard any follow-up to it.
Right. And this is what, in my reply, I was like, I'd love, 20 minutes of his time. I'll just kind of data dump on him what I'm seeing and have at it. But whoever it was I was talking to about, they said, they're like, oh, he's the guy. He will understand exactly what these are. He's the one who's explaining, the technology. He's the one who's explaining it to all the Congress people. And, and I'm like, fantastic, and it was just, and again, the way whoever this was describing, I was like, oh, this will be something maybe he's excited about then. And, again, 20-minute phone call. I had it like I did an hour with Gary Nolan. I wrote to Gary. We did a Zoom for an hour. He's like, oh, this is fascinating.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was,
open to it, at least listening to you.
Yeah. He was open to it. He's like, I'm going to send this to some people. I'm like, well, if you're thinking David Grusch, he already has it. He's like, oh, that's exactly who I was thinking, which was funny.
Interesting.
And again, like, I appreciate that, I know he has it. I know he has access to it. I don't want to get the impression, like, I'm not chasing people down for answers, right? It's like,
do you think they just think it's bullshit? And he's just like, I don't even want to mess with you. Because I don't know why he wouldn't at least have a phone call and then get a little more information, even if he thought it was bullshit, just to sort of make sure.
But this is the problem, because that's what, like, I've run through all the, discrediting things, right? So you can discredit me as a person, as a human being, as an individual, like all you want, right? And you can not believe the story. The science is there.
Yeah, I see. I hear what you're saying. I'm saying I think it's weird that he wouldn't at least follow up, and even if he thought it was bullshit, just to talk to you know what I mean? Like, there was at least interest. He's getting it from Robert Hayes. I'm just saying. I also think it's a little strange. Have you talked to any of the Skywatcher guys, like Jake Barber?
Nope.
I don't. You know who they are, though, right?
Yeah, I know who they are. Trying to think. Yeah, that's basically like Science Bob. He's dove into it.
Bob.
I
What'd he say?
Oh, he like wants to do him and Villaroel too. Like, So during contact,
Beatriz, you're saying, right?
Yeah,
Dr. Beatriz, got it.
So during contact, what I was able, I was like, let me show you how it works. I said, like there are some alleged burials, locations that have UFOs underneath them and shit like that in places in Europe that her and Dennis are looking into, right? Like other Black Sea anomaly
Oh, really?
locations.
Okay,
on
that's
land
cool.
and stuff like that. I guess that's, that one we got to keep
Wow.
a secret. But what I was able to do, I said, so like, I don't know where in the Black Sea anomaly is, right? And so I used, I was telling you yesterday about the optimal locations and all of that. I said, so
Yeah.
I gave her a map and I said, here's a map. If I use my father-in-law's work to identify actually the dead zones, the zones most likely, if there is going to be a crash, where that crash would occur. I said,
Wow.
so I gave her the map on land, on locations. I said, you don't have to tell me which it is because I had the, closest probable, kind of things. I said, is it within, 50 kilometers of any of these locations? And she's like, one of them is exactly on the location.
So hang on a second. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. So they had initially done some preparation and research themselves, and they had plotted out a few different points in Europe where they believed crashed UFOs were, and they were going to go investigate this. You, on your own, said, "Hey, through my father-in-law's work, I can kind of judge, where some crashes are more than likely to have happened." And you made a map for them, gave it to them. They took your map, looked at their quote map, and one of them lined up almost perfectly.
Well, I mean, there were three of them I think there was only, I can show you the map I did. I mean,
that's what I want to see.
Three of them were, hold on. I'll pull it up.
Okay, cool. Yeah. That's super interesting. That I feel like national treasure, like Nicolas Cage. Like, I want to get the map. Gene, let's get on the road and let's go see if we can find some crashed UFOs. Wow. I might have to get Gino to travel with me to some of these places. That would be very interesting. You made a map. I took Gino. If you want to come too, we physically go to these places and see what is up. What if there's anything, any reason to push any further in any of these locations or surrounding areas. That's very interesting. I just like the idea of boots on the ground.
Yeah, this is why. This is like what I was kind of talking about with the psionics guys. Let me see. Where the hell is that's DC. Okay, there's contact. But that's what I was saying with the psionic stuff. It's like, well, if I tell you where to go, can you go there and
try the psionics?
So we did it. It kind of loosely happened because I had one guy who was like, "Oh yeah, I'll do it. I'll send people out." It's like, "All right, cool." So I gave him the time and location, I gave him the windows. It's usually like a 3-4 day window that you want to look at. And you also want to monitor like the weather, because particularly if there's going to be like thunderstorms and things in the area, or, when there's high ionization in the air, those, is like one of the key signals.
The criteria.
One of the key signals you want to look for. So
you're saying that the UFOs aren't crash necessarily on a map you create. You're saying you can provide a map that roughly has a 3 to 4 day lifespan, that you think in those areas there will be actual UFO activity, like flying around, not that they have crashed previously.
Right, correct.
I see.
But if you wanted to identify, so then you just invert it to a degree, to identify where crash, if there are reports of crash locations, it's almost like a methodology to validate that it could
there was activity there.
Yeah, that it could crash in that area, because, and it's usually because the conditions are amongst the most unfavorable for it to happen.
So it's a high probability sighting map.
Basically.
I just coined that. You can use that. Gene's like, no, forget it. That's stupid. HPS map.
Listen,
I don't know.
I tell
don't
him,
know. Trying to
the
brand
Falcon Space guys.
Yeah.
Mark
Falcon
Sokol.
Lab,
So
yeah.
Mark and Jared are like all over this.
Okay.
And Mark wrote, Jared's got like a binder like that of his own fucking brilliance of shit they're putting together from it. Oh, here's this stuff.
From your work.
Yeah, based on my
that
father.
You provided them. Yeah, right on. Okay. Yeah,
so,
they seem like they would be interested in that.
Mark wrote me a couple weeks ago, and he's like, essentially, he goes, your father-in-law is saying this, and if this is true, it resolves dark matter. And I was like, yeah. I said that was like one time, again, having fun. I was like, oh, what can this do? And it's like, yeah, it essentially settles the issue of dark matter, and that you don't need dark matter. And I said, well, if you get if you write it all up and get the Nobel Prize, I got a white tux and tails. I'd love to, just that's what I tell it, right? You get an Academy Award, just shoot me an invitation.
Shout out.
It's all I need.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So you want to send me the map and I'll bring it up, or you can bring it up?
Yeah.
Whatever's easier.
Downloading it now. It's whoops.
If you message it through Twitter, I can bring it up, or
it's just got download. It's just downloading the files quick.
Okay. Well, I think you can also
I can share them.
Share too. Okay, right on. Yeah, I didn't know if you knew how, or that was a pain in the ass.
So those guys are, and as Mark describes it, he says that they are the works are informing areas in which they are already heavily invested. That's sort of his.
I see. So things they were already thinking about, looking into, that work has helped supporting it to some extent.
Yeah, there's things in there that they find that are, I guess, more than interesting. Hold on, this might be okay. This is the on-sea land one.
Well, so much for my 1 hour interview rule, Gene.
Yeah, well, you
busted it open, bro. No, are you kidding me? I
trim it down, break it open.
No, this has been absolutely fascinating, and
that's why I say this is, it's heavy, it's dense. I appreciate you having the interest, and I tell everybody, I'm like, I'll spend as much time with anybody who's who's interested to walk you through.
Sure.
Exactly.
No, I think it deserves it. I wouldn't say all interviews do, because I don't think 99% of them do, but this one does.
I think you have to bring up. I loaded it up.
Oh yeah, I see it. it. Okay.
All right. So zoom in there. So this is what I. So this is what I produced for them.
I personally cannot zoom in on this.
Oh, you can't? Maybe I have to.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
Oops.
So all those dots are locations you gave Beatriz and Dennis Asberg.
So this was my own test. This was like, all right, well, you guys know where this thing is. I don't. So here's what I came up with.
And again, you're saying that you think these are high probability sighting locations.
This is the location
UFOs
of
crashed.
the Black Sea anomaly.
Yes.
This one here in particular.
Yeah.
The next one, these are, as they were talking about, so she just said, well, there's a location in the Baltics. She's like, I'd be interested in having you. Well, my connection, I lived in Lithuania for a while. My wife's from Latvia. I'm like, so odds are, you're looking at Latvia. I said, so for Latvia, these were the locations. And then I said to her, where I exactly think it is. I said, I think this is the region that it's sitting in. It's sitting within 50 kilometers of Kuldiga. And she's
Can you
like,
zoom in on that real quick? I'm sorry. Okay. Kuldiga, you think that there's a crashed UFO there?
within 50 kilometers of there is,
Wow.
I say, and it's not that I think it. She was saying in the Baltics, again, I know she's talking about Latvia, she didn't want to specifically say it, but, within Latvia. And I said, well, if it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be within 50 kilometers of here. And she's like, yeah, you're right. It is.
Wow. A crashed UFO. A crashed alien spacecraft may be there. Dr. Beatriz and Dennis believe it to be. Your research alongside that kind of led you there as well, and it kind of overlaps essentially. Wow, that's fascinating. And you say they're going there, right, to look into this? I've heard of this already. I think Dennis talked about it on X or something.
Yeah. Dennis has been talking a little bit about it. I mean, we spent a ton of time together. So this is more of what I was talking about, looking at or mapping. So this exercise, I haven't kept up on this, but this is essentially, let's see if I get this fucking thing.
Oh, shit. These are locations in the United States, you believe?
So what this map represents, the red pins, are optimal locations based on my father-in-law's work. So one for each state. The best, most optimal location that the magnetism and the geology and the access to water, that everything is absolutely perfect, right? Doesn't mean there's not other good places and valid places anywhere else. But just to pick one, right? So I did it for each state.
But you said that these have a 3 to 4 day window. So is this map outdated, or?
Well, the locations themselves don't have a time limit. It's the viewing window,
I see.
The actual. So what I did,
so you're pointing out the highway, not necessarily when the cars are on the highway,
right? So you say highway, so that's a good point. So if you look at the optimal locations, if you follow red dot to red dot, you can kind of see, particularly like here, you can kind of see some highways.
That's
right?
kind of like the Mississippi there a little bit.
Go here to there, the northern tier, blah, blah, blah.
Interesting.
So so this was done in August. Usually I do this like over a 2-week period. I have the optimal location, and then I just map what sightings are reported. I don't know if they're valid sightings. I don't know if they're, weather balloons. I get whatever's on Newform, National UFO Reporting Center, MUFON reporting, this and that. And then I place a green pin, right? So if we go in close, we just pick a high activity area for fun.
Sure.
So we have the red predicted locations. We have areas where there are reports of activity. 85% of the time, when there is a report of activity, it will fall under 150 miles from an ideal optimal location. And so that's what the yellow lines are, doing those measurements.
150 miles, around.
Yeah,
right?
Within 150, they usually
that's a lot.
Lands within 100. Well, it's a big sky, right? You don't know.
I mean, for sure.
You don't, and this is like one of the things, I've talked to science, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, and that's why it's like, you've got to get tighter parameters, because like when somebody's reporting something, what isn't captured is, well, what's the distance perhaps that this thing is from where you are, and then
Yeah,
what's the
100%.
delta, what's the
Sure.
the X line from where that item, where is that actually sitting on,
Yeah.
sitting over. And then, not knowing how many of these are perhaps the same thing being multiple portable times. But again, you look at an area here where it's like a little more remote, but you see it still circling around. You go over here to
So
California.
real quick, red
Yeah.
is optimal. I see at the top it says purple second optimal, so it's like just underneath the red. And what is green again?
Green is there was a sighting reported on a public forum, on
But
MUFON
I gotcha.
or
Okay.
News4
So
or
previously reported area where a sighting had occurred.
something that was reported within the time frame that I was studying it
Got it.
and mapping it, right?
Got it.
So now the yellow is sort of the hot spots, the known hot spots.
Okay.
So again, you just see where they sit in
Oh. Got some
relation
there
to
near Sedona in Arizona there.
the optimal conditions. So right, so you got there to here to the third, highest one in the next state. You got a triangle, that forms there. You got, a square here.
I see.
You got 4 points here that intersect. So
This is fascinating.
I had done this with Tim Senor. I don't know, Tim.
Mm-mm.
He does, I forget what show he produced. He's out in Seattle. He's like an experiencer, and he's done, I don't know if it's Alien Investigation or Investigation UFO, one of those things that's on Netflix. But in any event, like, I gave him some coordinates one time, and I was like, here's the 3-4 day window. And he's like, oh, wow, dude, this is like someplace that, I know there's activity. A few weeks later, I was like, did you get out there? He's like, no. He said, but I went to a MUFON meeting, and there was a married couple, who were there, and they were telling a story about a sighting they had in that park that you said to be in. And I was like, and he goes, and it was during the time you said to be there, And I was like, well, again, it's just getting out in the field and figuring out, the best ways to measure it. Let me see. I don't know if I did Europe.
No, this is fascinating. I'm probably gonna, I'll be in the States for a couple months here in a couple weeks. I'm flying out to film for the next documentary. I might, pardon me, I might ask you for some locations potentially. See what I can find.
Yeah. So
I'll be with Gino.
Yeah, I didn't do too much on. Oh, right, you're going to the Psy Games?
Yeah. I'm going to Psy Games, and then a lot of things, but yeah, Psy Games is the first stop.
Yeah, he sent a text yesterday. He's like, I'm going to be going to the Psy Games with Patrick and this. I said, I'm just going to remote view in. I'm going to save the money.
Yeah,
and I'm just going to remote view or astral project, and
you're
see
right. That'll be cheaper.
Right, I'll just see who's out hanging out that way. I don't see the point.
I'm going for the food because I was going to remote view too, and then I thought, you know what, but I won't be able to eat. Yeah, so I really want to get some North Carolina food.
Yeah, have some barbecue.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is kind of like I said, the
really cool. I never seen anything like this.
This is like what I do with it.
And you're saying based on your father's work that the stuff that's in the papers, you're taking some of that information and you're able to collate it and basically, birth out these locations from that work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, this is what I mean, it is. I'm struggling with it now because it's something like I struggle with, because I'm getting led there. Right. I'm just like, I take it, I feed it in, and I'm like, okay, tell me the if this thing, we have all this information. So I'd imagine a universal constant is optimal operation of your technology. So tell me, where's the optimal, what are the conditions? What are the optimal conditions is really where I began. Here's all the optimal conditions. All right. Where do these conditions exist? Here's all the places these, optimal conditions sort of exist. And then you start overlapping where are UFOs spotted, and it's like, oh, right over these optimal conditions. What else am I supposed to do with that?
Sure.
Right?
Sure. Yeah.
No,
I totally get it.
Where am I supposed to go with that? I try to say, and that's why I said I think all of this really started because of that core question of, is this, the ramblings of a madman, or is it something that adds to the discourse of the scientific study of UFOs, right? Like, that's the number one thing, right? Is it an interesting family artifact, or is it something that kind of adds value to humanity and, progressing any of this stuff forward?
Sure.
And then it became, well, shit, this is the same kind of stuff, and some of it's exactly the same stuff that is showing up in US government programs, or, it's within 2% of a number or something like that. It's like beyond statistical probability that it was not informed, right? Could it have been? Yes. There is a 1 to 10 to the 630th power chance that it's coincidence. One thing, and and this becomes the thing every time I try and challenge myself in challenging this. Yes, any one thing, absolutely coincidental. The fact that there becomes 4 of them or 17 of them makes it not coincidence anymore. Makes it that somewhere the information was fed and was consolidated, or was used, or was measured, whatever it was, that happened somewhere at some point. And then the temporal existence, the timeline itself, gives you information of what was known and worked on prior to 80 to 90. This body of work that he worked on, what happened since. And everything is happened since. And then we've got that other time mark of the 2012 release, and gives you one more parameter from which to measure and try and determine. And again, I stress it. I'm just saying this is what I'm finding. This is what I've found.
Sure.
Everything's out there. Go, hire somebody,
Check it out.
Anybody can do whatever they want to be like, no, Gene, you got it all. You are 10,000% wrong here. I've never gotten that yet. All I've ever gotten are other people online who are like, I used it for this, and here's what I found, and here's what, and I'm like, all right, so you cannot like me. You can think I'm an asshole. You can think I'm a government op. You can think I'm a Russian spy. You could, whatever. The work stands on its own. And that's what I say. I don't, I'm less interested in being platformed, for for selling the book or for any of that, as I am for, if you're doing research here, measure. If you're trying to investigate something, run these things in measure and see where it, see the path that it takes you on. Because it leads into the programs. And that was my thing with Congress, that you're asking the wrong people the wrong questions. Stop asking about UFOs and UAPs. Start asking about science. Start asking about origins of projects, because there's not going to be the one giant red file, with written in a Sharpie that says, UFO on it. This is how it works. This is how this paints the picture of compartmentalization. Here's the unified body of work. Here it is dispersed amongst 75 different programs. Where's the integration layer? Of those 75 programs, who's the common customer? And if they don't want to answer that, which they're not going to want to, do what I'm doing now, which is start looking at the Government Accounting Office, start looking at the Defense Logistics Agency, and see who's purchasing what. Who's purchasing the materials that are inventoried throughout the book? How much of what materials are going into what agency? Then you'll get another path into who's integrating or where they're looking at integration. That's all I'm doing.
That they're building this stuff essentially, right? That they're building these crafts with this technology,
or they are at least securing the materials, is what's going on.
see.
So you're familiar with
toilet paper during COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I had Mike on the show.
All right, so Mike and I spent a lot of time together. He came here. We spent like probably a week or so, went to DC together and shit like that. So, I've got a good grasp of, what he has and is doing and stuff. Same thing. I sent him the bill of materials, out of this. And I said, hey, how many of these are consistent with what you have? And he's like, yeah, there's a few on there.
That's kind of interesting, right?
Right. So again, reason and logic tell me these things that randomly dropped in my lap should match very little, if anything. If he's just an advanced propulsion guy from 1980, somebody else said it. They're like, I was like, well, what's your take? What, was he inside a program? They said he was either inside a program or he's just a prophet. They're like, those are the only two options.
Yeah. We might have to do a third one, but I'm going to try to land the plane here real quick.
Yeah.
What would you be willing to do an interview like on Weaponized with Jeremy and George and discuss this stuff and go on Jesse Michaels still? Like, are you still open to all that?
Totally open to it. They got to be ready to answer some questions though.
Sure.
I mean, that's going to be the thing, I'm going to, I'll ask them and if I think the story's bullshit, I'm going to tell them that I think it's bullshit. And I'm going to, I will lay it all out. And, again, they can be as prepared as they want to be. And I've done this for 30 years. I've said it before. I could have Jeremy crying in a corner in tears in 30 minutes in the fetal position if I wanted to, pursuing lines of questioning.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm saying the questioning interrogation skill sets and this and that. Listen, I just have that's it. Does it look like anything you've seen before?
Sure.
Sure. I'd be happy to talk to them because again, I'm less interested in breaking down their stories and doing that to them than I am just getting answers for myself.
Sure,
if I've got to break, right. I mean, it's like anything. We can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way. It's, it's up to you. It's up to them. I tried doing it the easy way and I tried doing it and I just wasn't extended what I felt like was just a general, I call it professional courtesy, right? I mean, because again, I think I initially address everybody very professionally, I try to keep limits and not, just blurb out and tell fucking story. You know how it is, right? You have people that just blah when can you just get to the point? And that's all I was trying to do. And I just feel like the pushback didn't make sense. It made me have to start asking all these questions. And it's led where it's led.
Yeah. No. Well, again, I appreciate you coming on and being so open and transparent with your thoughts, your theories, where you are with things. It's been very wide ranging. A lot has been said. I'm definitely curious as to how Jeremy, George, Lou, if they respond and what they will respond about some of these things. But yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. Yeah, I think we'll just, land the plane there. I'm sure there's a bazillion questions. I mean, I still have way more questions, but I mean, I feel like we'd be talking for hours. So yeah, I'll just leave it there.
It's only been 3 hours now. What's this?
Yeah, I know.
What's another
on this
3?
one? On this one only, right? Are these documents available online for people to see? And
everything particular to this is on the website engineeringinfinitybook.com. So on that website, there's a PDF viewer that goes through every scan and every translation. That's in a PDF viewer. There's a link that's called the Černohajev Archive, which gets a little bit more into explaining each one of the scans. But again, anybody can copy and paste all of the scans and do whatever. Every single page is there, free, whatever. If somebody
people are going to hear this interview and want to check out these documents. If I'm watching this interview, that's the first thing I'm going to want to do. So I just want to see, make sure that people have somewhere to go after this.
Everything is in a soft cover book.
All the documents,
every scan, every translation, is there.
Okay,
we're working on a second edition. That's a tighter translation, and and then there's.
I'll make sure to put a link in the description then for people to check that out. I'm rarely end an interview with 1,000 questions I still want answered. That's a good thing. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That's a good thing. Which leaves, there's more on the table to talk about, and we'll definitely have to have another conversation with you. This was absolutely fascinating. I just thank you for taking the time, and the time flew by, man. I'm telling you, the time flew by. This is really fascinating. I just really appreciate you taking the time to come on and chat.
I appreciate you, platforming me, giving me the opportunity to share the story. It's dense. There's no short conversations in this.
Yeah.
which again, sure. I think lends to its credibility.
Sure.
There's no simple answer.
Yeah. No. Right on. It's I never heard a story like this before, and I've heard a lot in this community. So that's something in and of itself. Yeah, man. Thank you again for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.